Yo, CEO Mikey. Hey, Bella. Mr. Crazy Word.
Well, you know what's so crazy? I do want to get into this week. Of course, we're going to get into Deion. We're going to get into Taylor Swift. We're going to get into everything. But I'm not going to hold you. I got to give myself a round of applause because I told y'all last week that Rod Wave was going to outsell Diddy. All of that politic and dog running around and doing all them interviews for $30,000 is crazy. I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. You could have packed that up in the house. You could have just put that out as a sneaky release date and let it do whatever it's gonna do. That was a lot of interviews. That was a lot of hot takes and clips and a lot of media industry cock riding. A lot of them was riding and Diddy, and and I love just with social media, it's like you get to watch people like you feel like you feel like you're an influencer or you giving like valid takes. And I just know the time we live in, nobody can drop a love album in this toxic time in the world we live in, bro. The world is too crazy for you to sit here and think that everybody was gonna run because y'all talking about, this sound like classic 90s, early 2000s R&B. Bro, y'all not living like it's 1990 or early 2000s type of love. So why do you think people want to ride around and listen to that? The times we in, it showed, because I told y'all that Rod Wave's gonna outsell him tremendously. Bro, he outsold him by 100,000. So you think about for how many people sit here probably, no, I ain't even hip to Rod Wave. I don't listen to this, that, and the third. And Rod Wave sold 130,000, and Sean Puffy Combs sold 30,000. Oh, so crazy. And when I talked about it like toward the end of the episode last week, when I talked about what's my man, Sleepy Hollow, and he put out a project, up and coming rapper from New York. Realistically, you probably can call him a local rapper because I don't know how many people outside of the tri-state area even know who he is. He sold 29. Diddy got him by literally one joint. And I'm sure you probably, if you really into podcasts or radio, you probably heard nobody else say anything about that project last week. And he literally only missed Diddy by $1,000. And that just lets you know the times that we actually just live in. And I'm not sitting here saying that numbers got to be whatever the case may be, but it is just funny to watch people play and politic, do the industry games, and it don't work in your favor. So that was the only thing that I kind of just wanted to just say that easy. So something early, I can just clip up. I ain't got to do too much work on it and look into the episode. I'm kind of on the fence. Or do I want to start this episode with the coach from Oregon State or from Charleston White? I'm gonna go with the Charleston White one, just because I do feel like he kind of spins some facts in a way. You just got to let him go.
Y'all don't get him nothing, no support. The black high school coaches, they're struggling. Where they go? Y'all travel with them?
I think it starts with the players. I think the most times the players don't go HBCU. And they just everybody's brainwashed to go deep. Even with the scholarship, the scouts are looking, the NFL scouts.
That's where you get the black folks look. They look what we look. This world watches us through our eyes. Wherever we turn our heads to look, they look. Charlamagne should have been one, but nobody looking until we started looking. We're watching what we're watching. You know, y'all think Deion doing this with black kids? He's doing this so his son can go first round draft and get the quarterback. Nothing's wrong with it. So black people, stop supporting him. Because you got people in your own city you're cutting for. What they son told you. Deion didn't care in Dallas. He didn't do nothing around here, nigga. With all the one that supported, but the same black he joking y'all fast by.
So I'm not going to hold you. I guess we can start with that. Then we can get into the Oregon coach in a few seconds. But I'm not going to hold you. I do honestly believe what he was saying. And of course, I think most people with Charleston White, sometimes it's just the delivery. It's not necessarily never what he's saying. It's just sometimes how he said it. And that was like in a small portion of it. But I honestly do agree with him because realistically, that Colorado versus Colorado State game, I think it peaked out at like 11.5 million views. So that is a lot. And just think about for how many people, and I guess the only other college sport I can kind of compare that one to was the LSU versus what was the jump? The Caitlin Clark, Iowa. That game, I think it did 9 million or 9.9 million. So those two is realistically, and they kind of, if we honest, they kind of both fuel behind each other with the same thing. Yes, it's sports, but it got a little bit of racial tension behind it, so they do make people kind of support it more. So with him, what he was saying is, you're absolutely right. If all of those people, because you got to think about it, let's be honest, for most people, even with, I know, even for myself, most people don't really care about college football because there's too many teams to kind of keep up with. It's not like the NBA or the NFL, and I'm even talking about basketball or football. It's harder to keep. Every state got multiple teams, so it's hard to be like, all right, this about to be my team, or who about to be the best player. And realistically, that's how teams even have bust. And it's not like, okay, this person didn't, we really don't be knowing. Nobody don't know. And that's why most people, you'll boo your team if they pick somebody you never heard of, because realistically, most of us don't follow college football like that. So to get that many people to watch, and we talking about this game went off at like 2:00 in the morning. So to get that many people to actually sit there and watch, I get what he's saying. Like, if you put that same energy into a HBCU, or even if you probably even put that same energy, even when Deion was at Jackson State, I don't necessarily, the sponsorship is going to look different. Them TV views going to look different, because the numbers is numbers. And that's all. And realistically, we talk about that all the time when you talk about Fox Sports or ESPN, when they sit here and talk about the Cowboys all the time, is realistically because they look at the numbers and say, oh, what gets the most views? Let's keep playing on that. So if those networks could look at their numbers and sit here and say, oh, this many people watching HBCU games, oh, then let's put a couple more on them on it. But because it's not those type of numbers, that's why. So I hear what he's saying, and I'm not mad at him. And he even gave Deion his props. Like, I'm not mad at Deion for what he did for his son, because that's his son. But I'm talking about you people who have no relations to him, who's running and following and championing him. And let's be clear, and we can, like I said, we can tie this into with the Oregon thing. No, black people are bandwagon fans. We are all with whatever, even if it's rappers, music, sports, whatever case may be. We have our moments where something's hot, we jump to the conclusion. Let's be clear, after Colorado get their cheeks clapped in this week from USC, bro, it'll be over. We'll be out. Everybody will go back to normal. We cool on the Colorado games, because I ain't betting with them. I'm putting Colorado is officially with Justin Fields with me right now. And y'all know I love Justin Fields, but betting and putting up money, nah, doggy, I'm cool. And that's it. I'm sorry. And this is what I'm saying. And this is why I love just sitting on social media and even having different group chats, and you kind of get the feeling of different people. Dog, most of us realistically, you got in on the Colorado thing because of gambling. The first time you see, I know, like, again, because people not that familiar with college football, I see a 20-point underdog. Oh, it's Deion Sanders. Let me just bet because it's Deion Sanders. That was, and I know I personally did it, and I know endless other people who caught that first bet versus who they play? TSU or TCU. So that very first jump, we seen like, oh, well, I don't know them for real anyway. We know they play in the championship game, but I don't know them because, of course, we don't follow college football like that. But you go with the name, so bet, and you won money. You got to do is win money one time. I'm talking about that. My bet was, I think it was like $10, and I won like 80 something. So I'm like, oh yeah, sweet. So you go, of course, now you want, if we add in the gambling aspect to it, now you hook, like, oh, can we get another sweet hit? And then when they stop being the favorites, then you kind of like, all right, well, I don't care no more. And then you see them that one more time for the 21, and you see them get their boot smoked by Oregon, like, oh yeah, I'm cool. All right. I'm telling you now, if you listen to my voice right now, you bet not bet with Colorado versus USC. You are insane if you take that bet. Because that one ain't gonna play out in your favor. I'm sorry, buddy. Because
but that just goes to show the attention span.
What you mean? In what case?
Just in general. I mean, how even when you speak about the Rod Wave and all the different, like, it might be hot this week, then next week, all right, we forget all about it. And I feel like it's what's trending right now. Colorado was trending. He proved himself, got the first couple of wins. All right, now that he loses, let's say he loses the next game, but then he wins the rest of this game. It's like you're just going with trending.
No, of course, but I think I'm gonna get to the Rod Wave thing because I do think Rod Wave's the type of music Rod Wave make, and that's why I think the numbers are so different between him and Diddy, because I think it's easier for people realistically to be able to relate to the sad music, because there'll be so many people sad. And let's be clear, if you go in any major store right now, you see the holiday stuff coming up, and we talked about this a million times on here. how the holidays trigger people's different emotions. So that Rod wave coming right around this time. Also, and the sad thing is, I can't remember, it wasn't me, and I think Donnie was on here. We was talking about how the kids nowadays are so depressed, and that's why Rod Wave do the numbers, because his music realistically is, I'm sure, I didn't even just put it on kids. I'm sure it's more people in general who fight depression and whatever other sad feelings or emotions that they may have compared to people just trying to be in love. So that whole Diddy concept of, oh yeah, I'm bringing back that 90s, people tweet it. It sounds cool as a tweet. It sounds cool as a meme, but realistically, dog, that ain't how y'all dating.
But if you're listening to it, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I get what you're saying. More people probably listen to the Raw Wave or whatever the case may be. But you also got to think, I guess, the audience of what we saying Diddy. You talking about most people are older. So everybody probably not doing the whole Apple Music, you know what I'm saying, shit like that. So I get where you stand. I mean, no discredit to Diddy. I mean, if this was back in the day when you had to actually buy CDs, do you think it would be the same?
Are you asking me? Do I think would Diddy outsell Raw Wave?
Yeah. Do you think the numbers would be same if you still had to buy actual physical copies?
I think they'd probably be lower.
What, for Diddy?
Yeah, because for Diddy, I mean, a Rod Wave would win because the majority of his fans are younger. So you don't tell I mean, unless it's something realistically ridiculous, most people, y'all don't tell y'all kids no, especially in this day and age. So if your kids like, oh, you dad, buy me Rod Wave, boom, boom, boom. I'm not saying you, for example, because your kids are still too young, but I'm saying for most people who may listen, they got older kids. Hell, okay, it's $10. Boom, let me buy my kid this Rod Wave CD. So if I'm a parent and I'm listening, I'm saying paycheck to paycheck, but I ain't rich. If I had to choose, if it's a Friday and we talking about buying CDs, am I gonna go buy Diddy album for myself, or am I gonna buy my kid this Rod Wave album? I'm gonna buy this kid this Rod Wave album. Now, I might bootleg Diddy junk, but I'm gonna buy my kid this album. So my only thing with that is I still think Rod Wave will win. And then it's just, and I don't even want to use it as hate, but I told y'all months ago that Diddy don't have that same influence that older people may think he have. And that's why I see even when
I mean, I'm not necessarily the influence. I just think the music though. I mean,
but you felt like, but no, what I'm saying, everybody who listened felt the same way you felt, and even, and that's why even all the music industry people, they all felt the same way. Like it was a great album, boom, boom, boom. It just give you that feeling. But I still think for somebody who's not of a certain age, and this is why even when I told y'all with during the summertime when we was talking about the Act Bad versus Rip Me Out the Plastic, people in our age, when you in your 30s, you kind of don't influence culture no more.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't, but that's what I'm saying. I think both of them did their service or whatever you want to, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like when you comparing, it's 1 minute, okay, if it's a good CD and it's solid, that's cool. Then the next is just like, all right, well, I just listen to it one time and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my how I feel about when I'm listening to albums. This something I can keep listening to, You know, that's good, brother. I didn't buy no CDs. I'm not going to buy no CDs. But I'm giving it a listen, like it's good music.
Of course.
So I'm not gonna say, oh, it's trash because I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like you value buying a CD anymore? So regardless, yeah, I might sell out all the CDs, but do you say like what did Travis Scott do the first week? Like he did some stupid numbers.
Yeah, his numbers were, I think, like close to like. Will people 500.
Say, oh, that's the best album that came?
No, and that's why. But realistically, I don't know. I don't never want to sit here and put numbers towards how good an album is, because that's not. I don't think those two things can go hand in hand, because we could even talk about that with Doja Cat. I don't necessarily believe that she did on the before we go too far into the numbers in the music thing, let's kind of go back to the Deion thing with Oregon. I do believe it's just that bandwagon just gonna run up, just because I know realistically people. Two reasons why I know it's gonna run up. One, basketball ain't number like 3 weeks away. So, and even when we talk about storylines on sports media, you already don't. You think Skip Bayless cannot wait to talk about LeBron James. Neither can Shannon Sharp. Most of them, because really we talking about, if you watch enough sports media, you know, during basketball and football season, most time the leading topics is always, well, when Tom Brady was playing, it was Cowboys, Tom Brady, and LeBron James. LeBron James going into year 21. It's just gonna happen. I'm just sorry that one. The whole Dame Leonard storyline gonna pick up in a minute. I'm gonna play this clip of James Harden. It's just certain things where it's just like it's gonna push it to the back. Like college football ain't never talked about this much. As soon as basketball season, literally, you got 3 weeks. Count what I'm telling you.
They still get talked about. They own Saturday. I mean, and nothing else is on Saturday. They own Saturday.
No,
so they
cool.
still gonna have their lane to talk about. Now, maybe everybody else who's just like I said, for people who just started watching college football this week or whatever, that's on y'all.
No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bandwagon fan though.
No, yeah.
But even not just that though. We just talking about even for most adults in their 30s. Dog, if you're not working and you got kids, your kids own your weekends most of the time, especially Saturday.
No, but I wouldn't say that because a lot of them are alumni. They cheer on they. Like I said, I get it. You know, you're not used to, but a lot of people still cheer for their schools or whatever. They do have.
So
listen,
listen, Marcus, I agree with everything you're saying. So let's take all of that into, and I'm glad you brought that up because I was about to skip over that and forget. You're absolutely right. I know people like I got a homegirl who she is a Alabama stan, like she rock and roll tide, all that, whatever. So listen to what I'm saying though. So those people eventually, I'm cool on Deion. I'm just going back to rooting for my regular team. So you're absolutely right. So for people who are diehard college people, so people who actually watch college football, you're absolutely right. For people who watch college football, I'm just gonna go back to my normal team. The teams that I was already watching on the players.
You're just saying they're gonna lose their views.
Yeah, because it's the bandwagon people who would take it up to 11 million. It's not the people who I'm a diehard if I'm already a fan of somebody else. Like, no, I'm just gonna go back to my team that I'm already a fan. Yeah, so I'm not saying that people gonna stop watching college football, but what I'm saying is I'm just gonna go back to my normal team. So if I was already a Michigan State fan or if I was whoever, I'm going back to them. I'm going back to whatever the teams that I already like. So that's my only thing that I'm sitting here saying with that one. And I do think for some people, we kind of just go out sad when it comes to certain things. Because I don't like the fact that people try to, and of course, I mean, and I'm the last person to talk about race stuff because I would, you know how I rock and roll for the black quarterback, but I kind of just wasn't a fan of people making this clip I'm about to play of the Oregon coach into a race thing about. I don't think it was a race thing. I think his dog is football, and he was keeping it a buck. Like, that is a click team. Like, oh, we are into them because for the clicks and views. The cool, every time Deion say some fire stuff, even 60-minute clip up, they're gonna clip him up. No, he did a 60-minute interview. He did an interview with everybody, and that's why when we talk about industry stuff, even when I was talking about Diddy, those views. I'm not saying Deion is still Deion, but them ain't gonna hit as hard when you take 2 L's back to back. So don't get me wrong. The people who still love him, I mean,
it's still. I think he's still going to have the fan base is still going to be there because, like I said, what they did last year compared to now is 10 times better than what they did.
For sure.
I mean, for you, that just goes to show how you would jump ship so fast because he only lost 2 games. It's still the rest of the season that you got to go. Like, okay, those the only 2 games he loses this season.
But okay, so let's just go for me for betting purposes. Those ain't gonna matter because you lose the ones when you the underdog. When you the favorite, I don't want to bet on that because I can't make no money.
So then, what you want to see him? You want him to be on top, or you want him to struggle?
No, I want him to be on top, but you can't lose when you the underdog. Because I'm not when you start to play the other teams that people already expect for you to beat, nobody don't care.
Who's that keep going?
I don't care what nobody say how y'all feel. And let's be clear.
I don't get how they got
because let's be clear. And that's why listen to what I'm saying. It's a difference. Give me a few seconds. I'll promise. Dog, I can show you when it's the difference between race. I can show you perfect example Deshaun Watson. And I ain't gonna put just Deshaun Watson just with the race thing because I understand some men don't want to rub women the wrong way. But then our conversation when we talked about last week with the Kevin Porter Jr. Y'all can't pick and choose when you want to ride for women and when you don't. So it's just like, all right, cool. I swear, even Shannon Sharp, and I was listening to him and Ocho singing, he was just like, oh, Deshaun Watson washed up, da-da-da. Bro, Deshaun Watson almost threw for 300 yards yesterday. What are you talking about, dog?
No, he did stink up there.
The Steelers, no, hold on, let's guess what? You can't say the Bengals game, it was raining. He still ran in for a touchdown. So you can't take away. All I'm sitting here saying is you cannot put asterisk by his name for his wins. You're sitting here calling him out for his wins, and you don't call Justin Herbert out when they lose. That's my point. So that's the race part. But let's stay on topic real quick and let's finish the Deion Oregon thing. Though, even when it comes like that's sportsmanship, dog. That's just the same way you praise Deion for all these uplifting words he say and people talk and get excited about what he be saying. Dog, you cannot get mad at this coach for getting his team gassed up.
Right. And y'all went on the middle of the field to do what? For what?
To get a 42 Doug. I wish I knew how to whistle. Yeah. You got a 42 Doug, dog. Like that's all I'm sitting here saying.
And it just goes to show. He gave that speech and y'all was all on with y'all phones on the stepping on and all that, and they took it personal.
Oh no!
Took that shit personal.
What my man? This is a funny one. Then we're gonna be cool. And real quick, and I do see people when I see even Shady McCoy And he was like, any ex-athlete lose my number if you sitting here cheering on Deion lose. Then, okay, but Shady McCoy, I watch you sit here and say Deshaun Washington was washed. That's my point. When y'all pick and choose what black people you want to ride for and which one, that black quarterback thing, I'm so happy some weeks that I came back because it ain't nothing but black quarterbacks playing each other. But y'all be so quick to ready to kick one of their backs. And shout out to my man, too. Lamar, you let me down. I can't say Lamar let me down. That's the rest of the team because he ran in, but he did what he had to do. I can't throw this rock. Give me when it rains. Lamar gonna pull that pill down. He gonna get the job done. So I can't put it all on Lamar Jackson. But real quick, I know I'm bouncing all over the place. But again, it's good black quarterbacks out here playing. That's all I'm saying. But real quick, let's get into what we call this Shador.
AKA secure the bad way and protect. Driver, please.
So you know what's so crazy, but remember last week when I asked about, do you think realistically it's too much pressure? I mean, screw if it's too much pressure on them. The other teams see all this stuff, and that's why when Oregon beat them, the first thing they did, they all up been putting their, even if they have a watch on, they still putting their wrists up in the air. What we call this the Shador way. Like that's my when you put that type of target on your back and you got that much. So I'm sure. Let's be clear. I know for a fact that Oregon coach, his text message chain was crazy. Let's be clear. What he said wasn't racist, but I know for a fact them text messages he was getting was OD racist. That's how you put that boy in his goddamn place, son. That's what I'm talking about. No, those I know for them text messages he was getting went crazy. But what he said wasn't racist though. Let's be clear. I'm telling you, I know for a fact, them text messages that he was getting after that game, oh my God, I will pay anything to see his text message, Joe. Well, y'all thought Travis Scott lost his phone in the middle of the ocean? That Oregon coach, I swear to God, he will never let y'all see them text messages that he got. Dog, I know. Dog, just imagine what's the white dude for what's the coach for Alabama? Oh my God, Nick Saban. Oh my God, I know he texted him something crazy. Dog, because some of them men, they look like they violate black people in the text messages when I can't get caught. Even if I ain't text it, I might make a phone call or something. I know that those went crazy. Like I said, what the Oregon coach said wasn't racist, but I promise you, boy, the pats on the back that he got hit different. You want to get your feelings hurt on what your favorite coach and favorite alumni really feel about you? I promise you, after that 42 dug that them people spit on them, I promise you can find them right there anywhere else. Oh my God. Like I see, when we start this early, I got extra energy for you. I'm off the coffee, so I'm gonna have to take a couple pee breaks, but I appreciate hit the regular buttons. YouTube, y'all already know the business. Share, like, share, subscribe. No, oh my God, don't tell me I ain't recording none of that. Stop, Mo. Oh, no. Oh my God, I got pissed. No, dog. Oh my God, I'm sick. Oh my God. Huh? Oh yeah, no, YouTube straight. YouTube straight. Don't stop giving. Oh my, that's something should have told me to check it. That is crazy. Oh yeah. Don't stop, just give me the line. I'm gonna keep it rocking and rolling. Oh my God, I'm sick, dog. My headphones. Nah, dog, you can't go like that and get not even recorded. That is insane. Oh no, I'm sick. Hold on, let me figure out where I'm about to start now. Oh, I'm tight. Oh my God. Oh, I know how I'm coming. You ready? Damn.
Make sure you subscribe.
It makes me laugh because it's probably like Morey definitely knows that. So it's not a secret to anybody. I don't know. Like, you got to think, to your point, James, right? Daryl for sure knows the history there. So, and Kelly, right, is the history there. So it's got to be one of those things where it's like, okay, it's like accepting, step into this world, this situation. I don't know. I love hearing. It's a sad story, but I love hearing stories like this because it kind of humanizes all these athletes a little bit. 2 years ago, back when James Harden was in Houston, so playing with the Rockets, Kelly was great.
Hold on.
Scenario, so I was probably a fan of James Harden at that time. But James Harden threw a party. Kelly was great.
So real quick. So hold on. Give me a pause jump real quick because I'm about to say something extremely gay. No, I'm just real quick because you got, just for people who don't know, I don't know if you follow what Joe was at, he was on the Breakfast Club when Jason Lee was on the Breakfast Club. He said he tried to shoot his shot at Kelly Oubre. So I feel bad for James Harden, but I don't, because obviously people like the way Kelly Oubre looked. He obviously got a swag that James Harden don't got, and he left out with the girl. Now that's gonna be crazy that they sit here and bought him to come to play for the 76ers. So for people who don't know or understand the backstory, or if you didn't catch what they said, basically it was a James Harden when he played in Houston. He was having a party, I guess his birthday party, whatever the case may be. He came in there with his girlfriend, and Kelly Oubre left with his girlfriend, ended up marrying this girl and having kids with this girl. And so, Kelly Oubre just got picked up as a free agent to come and play for the 76ers. And then for people who don't know that little backstory, the general manager? Huh? Yeah, the general manager that used to be the general manager for the Houston Rockets when James Harden played for them is now the general manager for the 76ers. And y'all don't remember, a couple of weeks ago, we talked about James Harden calling out the general manager, calling him a liar. He basically, James Harden wants to get out of Philadelphia and want to get traded. So boom, if these were just some random dudes, I don't even know who they are or where their podcast is from. So for them to get that information, I'm 100% positive did Daryl Morey know this information as well. So this got to be public knowledge, and if it's not public knowledge, it's public knowledge now. And now he about to go there. How did that work out? But this was and now don't get me wrong, James Harden, he's been attached to a few women. Amber Rose, I remember when it was like a Valentine's Day about to come up. Yeah, so don't get it twisted. James Harden get to it. So I don't necessarily know if he's gonna be butthurt over it, but it do kind of like, I only can imagine if they see each other, make eye contact, you don't say nothing, like you can't speak.
Who can't speak?
If I'm Kelly Oubre, you could never speak to my wife. You can't even say what's up to her. Like, don't give her a head nod or nothing. Why? No, dog. Why?
She your wife with your kids.
I get
she
it.
Was just a girlfriend to him.
And that'd be crazy. And that's when the play, you know what's so crazy? That's when the playing field, no, let's be real. But that's when the playing field gets very fair, because if I got money and you got money, now it's back to when you was in high school when you ain't had nothing. It's off the swag and off your looks.
I don't even think it had anything to do with money, because Kelly Oubre not sitting on.
He don't have, let's be clear, Kelly Oubre don't have James Harden money, but dog, millions is millions. Whatever you can buy, I can buy.
Not everything, but
why not? What?
It's still a different tax bracket.
It's a different tax bracket. But what do you think? Name something that you think James Harden could buy that Kelly Oubre can't buy.
I'm sure there's a lot of things he can do that his deals compared to what, like, Oubre is just, average.
So let's say average. He's
average Joe in the league. I don't think he never had a big contract.
But let's just say
just for him signing
10, 15 million.
Right.
Okay, you make 60. I can still buy. If you can buy a Rolls Royce, I can buy a Rolls Royce. You may be able to buy 10 of them,
Yeah,
but I can
that's a
still
big
buy
difference.
one.
That's
It's not. Because how many cars can you drive?
You look who you're approaching. You talking about oppressing the female? That's a big difference.
Maybe. It just depends. That depends.
Okay. We can get on the private jet. He taking you first.
No. We ain't about you.
Who?
Now you think Kelly Oubre? No, listen. Yeah, James. No, listen. We all obviously have seen James Harden waste money on every and anything. So we do know that James Harden don't value money like the average person do. But I ain't about to sit here and make it like, oh, if it's your birthday, James Harden gonna go give you something that I can't get you. No, maybe do I want to get it for you? Is a difference between can I and do I want to?
We all ain't gonna. We got money, but we all ain't got the same amount of money. You know that.
I mean, I know that, but I don't.
That's just like if it was Floyd and what's the boy from here? Tank. It's two different playing fields. Yes, he got money, but Floyd
but see, but I think that's not. No, it's not the same because
Floyd.
Because let's be real. Floyd has been a millionaire for probably almost Tank whole life. So that's a difference between James Harden and
Harden's the same. What you mean?
No, I ain't about to do Kelly Oubre like that.
I don't know what kind of money you think Kelly got.
I don't think you. Oh, and we can kind of tie those two stories, and then I guess when enough is enough with just even why you can't flirt with your exes. Jada Pinkett Smith, bro, like, well, you gotta relax. Like, I get it, like, of course, and I don't necessarily know, like, nobody knows the real details between her and Will Smith relationship, but it'd be like some stuff like, oh, do you gotta post it on social media? For people who don't know what I'm talking about, Jada Pinkett look, and I'm sure, especially for the people who live in the DMV, you probably went to King's Dominion one point in time, and you did one of those videos where it's like they playing the music in the background, and then it's just some weird. The background has never nothing to do with the music that they actually playing. Just so they playing it, and Jada Pinkett and that's it. Jada Pinkett and Tupac are dancing and rapping. Karaoke rapping, parents just don't understand by Will Smith. That is the ironic part, and which is crazy. But then for her to sit here and say, "Oh, you talking about this was 9 times? This had to be on VHS." So for you to get it from VHS to put it on your phone to upload it on Instagram is crazy, and it still had some kind of like it wasn't that distorted. Like it was for.
I mean, she got it fixed.
So that's my whole point. So you sit here and pay to get this fixed, just to post Tupac like, bro, let that man rest in peace. You gotta relax, dog. Like, when do you, like, it's certain things that just be like, when is enough? Like, when are you supposed to get over your ex? And don't get me wrong, I'm sure some people, like, you may have lost, like, a significant other that you may even had kids with, or you might used to be married or something, because, like, people, pass it at early ages or whatever the case may be. But when do you just get over it? Enough is enough, dog.
Now, listen to what you just said, right? And you were saying Kelly Oubre situation where she been nice to smile. This motherfucker is blatantly still posting her ex. You've been married for God knows how long to him, and you got kids.
Oh, her kids is in their 20s. So y'all been married for 20 plus years. That to me, that's what I'm talking about. Relax. Why do you don't have to keep showing me everything, dog? I get it. I hear you. But come on, dog. Like, when is enough? Like, you sit here and cannot sit here and be like, yeah, no, dog. That I'm not gonna hold you. I felt that secondhand embarrassment for Will Smith with that one. Like, it's like, and then I almost wonder, like, let's just sit here and say, what if he didn't have as much cool or coof as he do, and he just would lunch out on her and just beat her? Like, how would people feel? Like, you like?
But just think about how he jumped out on a limb and did what he did
with Chris Rock. That's my point.
Her, and now it's just like, I probably missed out on a couple of gigs, not all of my gigs, but some of them. You know what I'm saying? I missed out on some of that because of that.
Of course.
So to see you do this still, and you still like, oh wow, I'm sticking up for you doing all this,
and it's like, for what? So that's what I'm saying. So just still realistically, and I know sometimes,
and we still forget about the damn August Alsina shit.
So, but I get, listen, what I'm saying. With all that being said, I understand as men, people try to act like because you become a millionaire, you're not a human no more. No, Will Smith is still a human. He still got an ego. Yeah. So when am I sitting here? I'm supposed to just be like I don't know, dog. That to me just weird. Like, I can't. No. That one won't rock for me. I'm sorry. I couldn't. Will Smith is a better man than probably 90% of the people that's listening right now. What else we got? Meek Mills and Rick Ross is teasing to drop some new music, dog. And I'm not gonna hold you, Meek. Come on, brother. I'm tired of the teasing. If you're gonna drop some music, drop the music. Like, all the clips and all the, dog, just drop.
Okay, and I seen that on the way, and I was just thinking about that. Where do you? Because I kind of hate that everybody keeps saying all these labels are pulling me and I can't do X, Y, and Z. But when do you really like actually pay attention to what you got yourself into?
Well, I'm not in his deal no more. So that's my point.
But then why are you saying, well, I need a 20,000 likes to drop? I mean, if you're gonna drop it, drop it. I remember when what's name was speaking on when he was on Joe thing, and he was talking about, I guess, without Kendrick being part of TD, and he was saying, like, I could do freestyles and all that, but just drop.
If you're on a contract for certain things, but I think realistically, it just depends on your deal. But Meek Mills is supposed to allegedly not be in no deal no more at all. He's supposed to be off his label. So my whole thing of it is, if you're off the label, then dog, act like you're not on a label and just drop the music. And that's what.
So then, man, that's my question. Do the label still have ties to those music? So, like, say if you recorded that, your studio album was with them, but you recorded that. We don't know when the album recorded, or maybe they might have paid that producer to make this song for you. And you're not on it, so we not letting you release that.
I think that for probably for somebody, for a newer artist, probably So let's just sit here and say if you paid for, because I think I even heard this before when what's the dude that just got into it with Tink the other day? Hitmaker. I heard him talking about that before, like the label paying for certain studios and you're recording in their actual studio. So yes, if I'm a newer artist, yes, but if I'm Meek Mills, I'm sure for a fact Meek Mills ain't recording in nobody's studio that he can't walk out of there with his hard drive. Like, I don't think he acting that small, but he's acting small to me. Even just when you see him saying, like, you're putting a date, I think he was supposed to drop it on Friday or whatever. Just drop it, dog. That's all I'm just saying. If you were supposed to be this outlandish boss that you're supposed to be.
Okay, but can you really just drop it now?
Yes, people do it all the time, though. We talked about it.
But I'm saying, but with Meek Mills, do you still think you're going to get your same response that you want?
Yeah, but Marcus, but just, and of course, for people who didn't, when we just was talking just a minute ago, when we talking about the numbers thing, you can't sit here, you can't care about numbers when you haven't dropped in God knows how long. It's no numbers game for you to play no more. So you just got to drop. You have to build back up the momentum. Don't get it twisted. Meek is Meek. If he put out a joint, we gonna look right now. Meek Mills plays, dropping the music. We're gonna go listen to it. But you cannot keep just dragging your feet, dog. That to me is ridiculous. You're dragging your feet on. Nah, you can't do that.
Like, and I'm just wondering, like, how much of his label independence and all that plays a role in you putting out music, or just you know what I'm saying, like you doing whatever you choose. Because like I said, you kept preaching the whole back is this, blase blah. Just like what you want to, you chose that. You went in.
Yeah, I mean, you're independent. You're independent now, so you have to be able to put up or shut up. You can't. You just can't. You can't keep dragging your feet. Like, you just can't personally. For me, you just can't keep dragging your feet. I'm about to say Skip Bayless. Shannon Sharp went on Stephen A. Smith podcast the other day, and he basically was sitting here saying that day when he was in the office. I mean, when he was having that little blowout with Skip Bayless, he was like, "Dog, I had like literally a second where I had to think of like throwing everything away." Because I know if I would have went across that table and hit Skip Bayless, it would have been over. My whole tile, everything that I got going on right now, it would have been a done deal. Nobody would have wanted to deal with me no more, because that would have been like a TV nightmare. And he was saying, even when I go into a lot of meetings now, people bring that up and champion me for that. For me not flipping out on, like, because let's be real, of course, even if I own a ESPN or I own whatever business, I'm still a man. I still have an ego. And that's when let's be real. I'm sure most of those people, when they seen that clip and they look at Skip Bayless and they look at how big Shannon Sharp is, and their mind would have been like, if I was Shannon Sharp, I would have violated Skip Bayless. So that's why when they see Shannon Sharp, they say, I want to shake your hand and say, I'm proud. I don't know you, but I give you my credit and respect for you showing that type of restraint.
But I mean, at the end of the day, if we sports debating and we talking our shit, I mean, you do still, I get it, you're a man, but at the end, is it really worth it? My question is, if he's saying that, that's his opinion. I mean, you can't get heated. You going back and forth, but you can't be like, damn, I should knock you out. If that's how he feels, that's what.
Yeah, but I think it was just the way he said it. It was you said it. One, you said it was you said it disrespectful, and then you try to basically belittle my career. And like what Shannon Sharp said on it. If you'd never watched sports, cool. But if I'm supposed to call you a friend, or we are friendly, no, you ain't never supposed to sit here and try to violate me on national TV. Like, when you just discredited me and you basically making it like bro, Shannon Sharp was a 3-time Super Bowl champion, and he's in the Hall of Fame. And like he said, I was a millionaire before I got on that show. I don't splurge on money. I was living in Georgia. I'm a millionaire. I don't ball out. I was a millionaire before I got on this show. So don't, you not about to sit here and play with me like I'm some poo putt. He not like he not just some random person he talking to. Like, I used to play sports and I ain't never win nothing. No, I won, dog.
You won, okay, but my thing is, if it's an equal playing field, so if it was him and Irvin, do you feel like it would be the same? Like both y'all got championship, would it make a difference because of the skip? That's what hurt your feelings more because of the skip,
No,
and not another athlete saying that to you.
Yeah, but you can't because you're saying that he jealous. We play two different positions. What am I jealous of a quarterback for? It don't even make sense.
But that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying if we was in the conversation we having, we going back and forth. But if it was another athlete who said this, would you still feel the same way?
No, because then I can throw your stats back in your face, and then you realistically, you're not going to talk to me that same way.
So that's what I'm saying. So is it more hurtful because it's Skip instead of it being another athlete?
It's hurtful because you know for a fact that I can slap life out you. Like, stop playing so much.
That's what I'm saying. So, what I'm saying is because it's coming from Skip, that's where it hurts you more. If it was coming from another athlete, we can go back and forth, stats. But because it's somebody, yes, I'm calling my friend, my co-host, whatever the case may be, it hurts you more.
Yeah, for sure. And you never played a sport before, so yeah, of course it hurt more. It absolutely hurt more. You don't have no leg to stand on with that one, so it's just like, of course it hurt more. That one is without a doubt. Matter of fact, real quick, just I guess we can kind of get into Tommy just a little bit early. What's the brother name? What's his name? Jadaris or what? I keep forgetting his name. The brother with the cauliflower ear. Oh, he is tripping. I ain't even gonna hold you. I respect him for when he was in the junk counting money and they was questioning him about killing old boy, and he was just like, yeah, I did it. Like, at first he was gonna let it roll, and then he was like, nah, I did it.
Nigga, he was throwing the shit off the whole time. Like, he was twitching and oh shit. Like, anybody, if you didn't say that, the niggas in there that was with you was about to question your ass like, dog, what the fuck happened? Because you was looking like, oh, shit, like you, the way you was looking, you was high off that shit. He definitely need to leave that shit alone.
Yeah, I do think you know what's so crazy? If he didn't tell him, I already thought the girl was gonna say something.
I don't think she'll say that. I feel like she's too old to him. And it's stupid shit.
I don't know, because I don't know if the loyalty will eventually go out for her, because it's just like you on.
As long as he don't put his hands on her, I feel like she's gonna be by his side, right or wrong. Because I feel like at the end of the day, you believed in me. And I, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but do you think she going? But only reason why I question the loyalty thing is because I wonder, is it just it's the drug thing. Like, I don't necessarily like, even just look at how everybody looked at him. Every time somebody see him doing the drug, I feel like they lose respect for him. So right. I do feel like in that it's like,
and that's what I'm saying. I feel like she's hearing the same thing. Like, she heard on the street about, we don't respect me out here tripping.
Right.
So I feel like she's going to be by his side as a woman should. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like because she's more romantically into him. Then, you know what I'm saying, then he probably, paying any mind. So I feel like she's gonna stay loyal to it.
Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know about that one. I don't know. That one kind of get tricky to me.
So can I ask Uncle Tommy? I mean, who's your worst nephew now?
What you mean, him or Tariq?
Who's your worst nephew now?
Probably Tariq still, because Tariq killed your best friend.
Nigga, he just.
I mean, it's cool. That's what I'm saying. I know this. What I'm saying. I get it's a cop, but dog, it's gonna make it messy. But I mean, dog, Tommy did clean up worse stuff than this. Like, this ain't Tommy first running with somebody smoking a cop. You gotta think about him and Ghostin killed endless police. So that's nothing. So what I'm saying is that one, and that was an honest mistake. Tyreek literally the only person you called a brother, your real closest family, was Tasha and Ghost. Like, for him to like kill him, that's different, dog. This is just your nephew, just literally wrong place, wrong time, and he just trigger happy. Like, that was an honest mistake. Like, that was literally an honest mistake. Like, he just felt like, I owe Uncle Tommy. Boom, somebody got a gun pulled out, and boom, I'm gonna blow his brains out right here.
Stupid, so smart. That's the fucked up.
Is he really stupid? Because he just
look what the shit he just trying to like the shit he doing. Like, if I'm telling you to stay out the shit, you do this on. That's how we. Oh man, with the girls, man.
But Marcus, again, we had these conversations all the time. You're speaking as an adult. I'm looking at him where I'm like, dog, as a kid, I can understand how easy it is for you to make those mistakes trying to impress a girl.
I get it, but my thing is, we both been through our teen years. We both went different routes. I get what you're saying, but don't mean like that's if you can use what you got to get what you want. It don't necessarily, I gotta be this. Just like whatever, I don't even know his name but from the shot, the Bakari, where he was like, nigga, dog, you don't need to be out there. It ain't for you.
You can't say it's not for him because it already been him.
They ain't believing him before. He was the lookout boy. They ain't never believed in you. You was a lookout boy.
But I get what you're saying though. But realistically, everybody got started somewhere. Because even if you go back, Tommy and Ghost had to start somewhere. They was original. You got to think about it. At one point, think about where you seen Tommy and Ghost at until 50 Cent character came in. They was up under him. If you ever pay attention to that backstory, they always used to be like they used to work for Kanan until I guess Ghost set him up and then he ended up getting locked up. So everybody starts somewhere. So I can't sit here and knock where he started, and I can't knock where it's like, oh, well, this girl only into dudes who get money. The first thing she sit here and told him, oh, we on a girl trip. Oh, can we come? You paying for it? And he's like, oh, we tap. Ain't none of them got no money. So that off the break, it slow you down and
really. To cut your hair for it too?
He might really be into her. But listen to what I'm saying though. You can't say that because perfect example. Even remember, I don't know how many episodes ago that was, but when we was talking about you even playing basketball, when you saying the distraction, like you wasn't no bum, but that distraction of the vagina is hit different. When you start chasing legs, so it's just like you're looking at it because you're thinking it because it's something street, but I can tie it into you as an athlete, or you can get distracted. It happens.
You can get distracted, but you also can find other ways to get what you want instead of you trying to look like somebody else.
No, but that's hard for young dudes. No, I'm a perfect example. You say that now, but just think about it for how many young dudes when Dipset was Dipset, people running around want to look like Dipset. So you can't you're impressionable. Some of them is to certain extremes. You're looking at it like, okay, he doing the extremely most, but listen, okay, for people just like when you argue me down, oh, you got Air Force Ones because of Nelly. Okay, let's say if that's the case, that's still an impressionable teenager.
I mean, I get the impression, but even when she said, oh, you ghost me. And he said, well, I wasn't in the right state of mind or whatever the case may be.
But he probably wasn't because he was following running outside on the streets.
But this is my thing right now. So let's just go ahead and play it out. If they cover up his body, he will be the one that's going to spill it. They can clean everything up. I feel like he's going to try to do that, say that.
Oh, we'll go Brown bragging talking about he killed the police?
The press. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just feel like, dog, you got the brain, operate from another way.
I mean, you might be right. He might eventually realistically go and end up bragging about it and end up getting himself locked up. But I just don't. I give him a pass just because he's just super young, and I just think realistically at that age, it's so easy to get distracted or get caught up in just whatever because you're just young. Whatever your tick is, you're gonna want that hit when you're young. And I just can see how he just made a mistake as a youngin. Yeah, I don't. It's hard to be like, can I really judge him because. Look at Diamond, like he was young, like he ain't that, like he did have him. I don't even remember the backstory of how many years he's supposed to have done, but he'd have done endless years. I'm sure he made a mistake just like that youngin did. But I mean, realistically, Tommy not gonna let him go down for that body, so it's cool. If you just gonna have to learn from that mistake. But then I still think that'll make Tommy kind of be like, I may respect him a little bit more because you watched him get his hands dirty.
And when you told me, I thought he was talking about the old head nigga. I forgot all about him.
What you mean?
Remember the old Bama that came in the barbershop last episode. He came in there and talking to him.
The parole officer.
Yeah, the parole officer. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought you was talking about.
Oh no.
And then when I said, oh shit, I forgot about his old fucking man got asked for money and shit.
Yeah, so he was strong, and he was strong
on the shit out of
it. Yeah, shout out to Tommy.
It was still for his sister, right? That's what he was saying.
That's what he was saying. But how much money you need for your sister?
Fucking Vic. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, he did.
He was tied in with them.
Yeah, you're right. He did owe Vic some money. So yeah, like I said, I mean, it was a good episode. Of course, I think with all 50 Cent shows, the deeper it gets into the episodes, the better the episodes get. Like you kind of just can't. And I guess while we're talking about TV, we can kind of get in this. The writer's strike. I don't know if it's officially over, but it sounds like it's pretty much over. I think they got to go through I think whatever one of those union reps or something, they got to go just run the new contracts or whatever, and then it should be done. So basically, you get the writers back now. They still have to deal with the actors because the actors are still on strike as well. But I think it was almost coming up to 5 months, and I think if it would have went
I think only the actors was on strike because of the writers. I don't think they was on strike. I think it was more so the writers.
No, but it was because of the support of the writers, but they also still wanted to get compensated for the TV shows. They were perfect example, with Monique when it came out, she talking about she ain't getting nothing off of the Parkers. from CBS, and she was like, she didn't get that. But and you know, so crazy though. But just perfect example is when you would just ask me just about Meek, and I do think that's not fair. How people always feel people have more sympathy, and maybe just because how actors carry themselves and rappers carry themselves. But I do feel like people give more grace to actors for signing bad contracts or getting into TV deals where you be like, oh, that's crazy. She didn't get paid for the pockets, but nobody would feel that way if she was a rapper.
No. But here's my thing: we live in a different day and age. Y'all want these big name, what's names about all these companies and all that. You got to think about it. Them companies are owned by different people now. They're not owned by the same person. And I'm pretty sure with whatever deal you had then, you definitely not getting nothing now because all right, we took care of you then. It's a whole new different ball game. And I'm streaming this stuff. Why would I be sitting there paying you? Because it's not coming on CBS. It's coming on the streaming app.
No, for sure. But I do still think, yeah, it's just different. I mean, I get it because if I don't necessarily know, and my crazy thing is, I guess my thing is, do these people want this money now because
they see how much is getting played elsewhere?
Yeah, but then when nobody still don't know the real dollar behind the stream, and then are you? But then my question is, would you care? Because I feel like some people, like let's say somebody like Kevin Hart. I don't necessarily know if Kevin Hart care about these strikes because he's still getting a different type of money and he's still super hot. Like Nick Cannon, it's just certain people. Like I wonder, do people complain more about this strike is because you may be on the decline of your career? Like let's just say somebody like Monique, like she's just not as. Let's say she feel like her peak was the Parkers, right? No. I may not never get another version of this, so now I want to get paid for my back end because it's different for rappers. Because I was talking to Low and he was asking me about like Lil Wayne because when he performed, he performed Uproar when he brought out with Colorado. But I'm telling him like I'm sure because Lil Wayne did sell his catalog recently. I'm sure some of those newer music he owns more percentage of those or that newer song. So I'm gonna perform Uproar because I own more of that catalog. So if all 11, a perfect example, 11 million people watch that game. I'm sitting here performing Uproar. If I get a bigger percentage, now just like when you perform the Super Bowl, if you go stream more of the song, I want you to stream the song that I own more percentage of, not me go perform Go DJ or something that maybe Universal and Birdman own more of. No, I'm gonna perform the song that I own the majority of the rights on. Right. So I get it. My only thing is I think Monique just kind of realistically like, and don't get it twisted, she do a good job of BMF, but BMF, her character on BMF ain't gonna be big as her character was on the Parkers. So if you feel like I may not never get another Parkers again, you want to eat off of that.
But you want to eat off of it, but then it's just like it is what it is. You unless you're gonna make a rerun of it. I don't see you getting any money back from it unless you're gonna do a reboot. That's the only way I can see it because they didn't make no DVDs of that. I don't think I ever saw that.
Yeah, I don't think they did.
So that's what I'm saying. I feel like whatever way you went that way. Now you seeing that everybody else is getting confiscated and taken care of. Now it's well, damn, what about me? But that's not the same company no more. I don't even the CW like who
And that's why I think that's what she said. CBS. I don't think it is a CW. So CBS may own the
that's
CW.
What I'm saying. See, so you can't. I think now you're trying to get your money because they under a big company, but shit, they probably like, what the hell with you? We don't show that shit on here.
Yeah, let this junk load up. For people on the YouTube channel, excuse me, give me a second. Let me get these topics together so we can keep rolling and letting this podcast pilot. I can't believe I messed up on the web, but I guess this is something different for people who watch it on YouTube. You get something completely different from what we could try to tie back in if you feel like it later on towards the end of the episode, and I can cut the YouTube junk off. Oh, yeah. Shake that money maker. You ready? Hold on. All right, so for people who don't know what that was of course they did I think it was like a Revolt Summit or Revolt Live or something, and they did Carisha Please, and Carisha had on Ari Fletcher. For people who don't know who Ari Fletcher is, of course that's G Herbo baby mother and Moneybagg Yo's girlfriend. So the question was, does G Herbo still try to shoot his shot at you when y'all doing the co-parenting situation? Like when he dropping his son off, do he look at you and be like, oh yeah, you know what, boom, boom, boom? And she was like, he still, say his little things or whatever the case may be, but she don't pay him no mind. So, and I even made a video about this, and I said that for most people who don't have kids, that is always our thought pattern and our biggest, not necessarily a fear, but it's a worry where people kind of be like, bro, you and your baby mom or baby father, y'all too kiki, y'all too friendly. Somebody gonna still want to shoot this shot, and then there might necessarily not be, both people might not want it, but only take is one to still want it, and that's gonna sit here and make somebody feel some type of way. And most people, especially if you dating a woman and you feel like she look good, obviously like Ari do, don't nobody in their right mind, like she would have to be probably like the worst human being or have some of the worst box ever for somebody to believe G Herbo never try to spin the block ever. But I guess my question would be is, let's like we can go from right there and then we can just go wherever after that. Go ahead. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, so I do, just me personally, I always think that, and especially if the woman just like too, like I like to meet women who kind of like trash their baby father. Like you got like a horrible backstory, like you just really not into him, and you give me like countless reasons why you hate this dude. I prefer that than you see him. Oh yeah, that's still my best friend, and like, all right, dog. That's just, it's literally like a girl who be like, oh, I got a bunch of course I got brothers and friends, not real brothers, but you got play brothers. Oh, that's the broski and this, that, and the third. It's the same stuff. It's like, dog, all right, yeah, he's your homie because you don't want to let him crack. But as soon as you give him that Panda wipe, open that Panda Express door, he's right out of there, dog. He's not, ain't no dudes in here. I don't care. There is not a man alive who is comfortable with being in the friend zone or will not take the chances to clap cheeks if you allow him to. Nobody's like, come, bro, yeah, I'm cool in the friend zone. I don't ever want to do nothing with her. She just drunk off the Casamigos and like, oh, come and tap this cheeks. And you can be like, nah, I'm cool. Like, stop, though. So again, like I said, I do, that is my thing. And then my thing will be, if I'm Moneybagg Yo, I hope this is not the first time I heard this story. And if it's not, now does that make you sit here and wonder, what was that shot that Moneybagg Yo sent? Oh, I did something with a girl and her baby father broke. Now that make me like, if that's the comment, like if I already heard this story before, or no, you still be trying to shoot my shots at this my girl publicly. Listen, literally, she's saying this whatever over the weekend. It literally just a couple days ago, they was on social media kissing, doing a lady in the trap, eating Alfredo together out of each other's mouth. Like, Yeah, you can't play with my girl like that.
Why, you think I still can get her?
No, but you're being disrespectful by still trying to get her.
Whoa, how am I being disrespectful?
How you flirting at my girl just because she your baby mother?
Okay, just like any nigga that flirts with your girl, that being under her post and everything. What's the difference?
Yeah, that don't and then
No, because I have access to her because I did fuck her once, right?
Yes.
So I'm
going back to the Kelly Oubre and James Harden thing.
So is that intimidating to you?
It's not intimidating to me, but you need to show me some respect.
What do I need to show you respect? Who are you? You're not married to her. You're just a boyfriend, right?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And listen, that money, that type of bread that Moneybagg Yo be spending on her, will send somebody to jail if you sitting here playing with a woman that I'm that invested in.
Who are you? That invested with a ring on. You can't tell a nigga to be respectful to her. You ain't put a ring on her.
I don't listen what I'm saying. You're at Marcus. I hear what you're saying. He don't have to. You're absolutely right. I don't have to tell you nothing. You don't have to be respectful. But I can put you. I could Kanye West you and put you through the wire. Through the wire.
You think it's gonna stop him?
Yeah, you know, nigga put your if a nigga wire your jaw, I guarantee you won't flirt this girl no more.
I'm niggas be gigging.
Man, yeah, right. Ain't that much gigging in the world. Nigga wire your jaw up and hit you when you gotta sit here and be on your Kanye West and you got to get your jaw wired up. You know how many niggas out here don't got good health insurance? Shh, I guarantee you think twice about all of that girl again.
He's from Chicago, right? Do he play? I mean, I don't know. I don't listen to his music like that. So would he play that tough guy role?
I don't think he played the tough guy role, but I don't. If you asking me, he's not a. I can't put him under drill rapper. Yes, do he rap about violence? Of course, because he's from Chicago. He's from Chiraq. But are you asking me, is he like as bad as like King Von or Lil Durk or Chief Keef? No. But is he gang related? He got one of them YouTube videos. They got like a 3-hour documentary on him and his crew he grew up with. So do I think G Herbo sweet? No. Do I think Moneybagg Yo is probably softer than G Herbo? Yes. Like money, and that's not no shade to Moneybagg Yo, but just
it might be. That's what I'm saying. So I get what you're saying. Like some people, some situations, you can't be intimidated. You can't be like, damn, this nigga might be able to still hit her. And if you don't have that, if you don't feel like you have.
Oh, okay, just perfect example. And this may be different because people still want a feature from Lil Baby, but you don't never hear. As often known publicly as Lil Baby is with either one of his baby mothers, but especially Jada, no, you don't see a bunch of rappers trying to shoot their shot at him, shoot their shot at her, or up under her comment section or nothing. You don't hear none of the only person you ever heard a rumor of her supposedly was trying to date her was Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs, one, of course, is 2 times Lil Baby size, and he don't rap. He's an NFL player. So that's the difference. Where it's like I think certain times it just depends on who you are and how people may respect you a little bit.
But I think even in this situation, the difference is they still communicate because they are co-parenting. But that's what I'm saying. I feel like if he's tripping off of this, I feel like that he feel like, all right, damn, he do got a chance.
He may not feel like it, but let's be clear. He may not feel like he got a chance because Moneybagg Yo, like, I got more money than G Herbo. And if he feel like Ari is one of those gold diggers and really in the bread, yeah, she ain't going to bite into what you got going on because you ain't got enough bread to provide her the lifestyle I'm providing her.
Right. So, I mean, like I said, I don't see nothing for me to sit here and trip off of or even go that way for him. You know, that's my take on. Like I said, I get how people can be in their way, but it's also, I think it's just, it's you. It's your personality. If you don't feel like I can trust that person with them alone in the same, you know what I'm saying? Then that's on you. Like he probably not even tripping. Like he see the comment, all right, cool. You know, I'm not worried about it. When y'all drop off motherfucking at the school, you know what I'm saying? It's not like they at home alone, you know, spending time with them. So I mean, I can get it.
Okay, so this next, I guess we can kind of start to slide into sports a little bit, but this topic can kind of go two hands for with this situation. Brandon Jennings tweeted out and said, I wish my first NBA paycheck I didn't I guess buy his mom a crib. And he was like, not saying that I don't love my mom, but I guess what, and this is to me is like, why are you even making this a what if or making this a hypothetical? Because you didn't get injured, you kept playing. But he was just like, so many people feel like they owe their parents something. Their first check, you go buy your mom a crib. And he was just like, what if I would have got injured the very next year?
He didn't get a big contract after that either.
But
Remember, he went the opposite direction. He went to overseas.
Yeah, because he be trying to be too fake woke. And even when he said this, I'm like, I literally seen him tweet out saying that Doja Cat got the best rap album of the year. I'm like, Brandon, if you want to have sex with Doja Cat, just say that. It's not no Marcus stop. Like we not doing. Hold on, time on. I don't care what you about to say. It ain't nowhere near the best rap album.
No, I'm not saying the best rap album.
It ain't even the top 5 rap albums out this year.
Or female wise.
She the only one to put one out. So who you compare?
Put out an album. Sexy Red put out an album. They put out. I'm rapping wise for her. What you said before about who I forgot who. I'm not saying that she was Kanye West or whatever. But when it comes to rapping and how she performed on this album, she was rapping. Yeah,
of course. Don't get me wrong. That album remind me of Kendrick Lamar. Like every time I'm listening to it, it reminds me of Kendrick Lamar. But what I'm saying is, obviously that don't convert to much nothing because she only did 60,000. And I don't want to make it about the numbers because I told you I like that Paint the Town Red. But I'm not about to go out and say best rap album though. No, like I'm a dude. She ain't even talk. What is she talking about? She ain't talking about nothing. Like even on Paint the Town Red, what is she talking? What's her story? And again, when we was talking, and of course,
she was spitting some shit. I don't know who she was throwing shots at, but she was spitting some shit.
Yeah, just the random like the Nicki type of subs. But this is what I'm saying. But even when we talk about music, though, it has no substance or relatability. Even so when I'm saying Brandon Jennings, and it makes sense to me when I'm trying to remember. I was like, I was about to tweet him back, and then I remember him. He on Yellow with arenas. He dressed like a weirdo. He got earrings in his face and all that. I mean, all right, cool, whatever. I'm gonna leave him alone. That's it. That's how you feel cool. You just haven't. You ain't. What I'm saying is, it's too rough outside in 2023 for you to sit here and say, did you actually, in your mind, believe that Doja Cat got the best rap album of 2023? Are you mentally slow? I can name you 5 off the top of my head for a fact. It can't do nothing with Gunna or Rollo Rodriguez. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he was saying rap period. I thought he female rappers was.
But okay, so if you're saying one, we can compare it to Sexy Red, and most people still want to sit here and say, I like the Doja Cat dog. She ain't got bigger songs than Sexy Red right now. If you talking about popularity wise in culture right now, who got bigger songs, Doja Cat or Sexy Red? I think we had this conversation 2 weeks ago. I'm 100% positive Sexy Red. Like if we talking about chart, and that's why I really don't like to do the numbers.
But that's why I kind of like. Do we actually care for music anymore? We just whatever's catchy. Because if you can say, well, yes, Sexy Red got the most, Pound Town was the best song, or whatever the case may be. But when you listen to it, what is she really rapping about? Or you just saying because she had a catchy hook?
I can say the same thing about Doja Cat.
No, you can't. If you're talking about lyric-wise, you cannot say the same thing. Because if you listen to the songs and listen to her lyrics on those songs, you can't say that's the same thing.
But so again, listen to what I'm saying, and I'm putting you on the spot so we can come back to, we can pencil this and we can come back to it next week because I'm putting you on the spot. But all I'm just saying, next week, let's really pick a song and you can sit here and say this was the subject matter and the substance of what she talking about. A perfect example, because when I'm saying
even if you use the demon time, the demon one, when she's talking about look at my demons now. How I can talk about such and such, but now look at my demons now. Check my money, check all this. That's what she's talking. That's demons.
Okay.
She's comparing. That's what I'm saying. When she's talking about her money and what y'all try to sit here, but look at my demons now. Just like that's what I said. Yes, she might have controversy with her name, and that's how you trying to promote yourself. That's how you want to get clickbait or whatever the case may be. But when you talk about listening to her music and her actual song, like it's a good. So
Marcus, you missing what I'm saying? I'm glad you brought up whatever you felt like the topic was on demons. My point of that is that's just like with Nicki. It's the where you will, especially in this day and age, we're talking about 2023, where you will lose your audience is there's no relatability to it. Yes, you can rap. Yes, she can rap. But I'm telling you, when I'm listening to it, I'm like, oh, she sounds like Kendrick Lamar. Yes, she can really rap. But what is she talking about? That's the same way with Nicki when that little snippet of you songs, my da 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 da. It's just like, yes, you can rap pattern wise and flow and bars and all that. But what are you talking about? Can people relate to your music?
But then when you compare Pound Town and stuff like that, what do you relate to there?
I don't know what your dating life is right now in 2023, but dog, I'm telling you, dog, most people's when people say the dating pool is in piss, dog, most people think about people like Sexy Red. Like, dog, that just the music of you talking about saying how women act and behave. And that's what we just played it. When we played that clip, what was that, 2 or 3 weeks ago? The lady was breaking down why she felt like that she was in here just to tear down black women. And when even we played that clip of that dude, when he was just like, we can't tell the difference between good women and hoes because y'all all sit here and act the same. Y'all ain't separating yourself. Dog, that's sexy red. What are you talking about? It said, matter of fact, it was a tweet that was going viral, and she said he was arguing, and they were saying that, oh, you tearing down black women. And she like, dog, I ain't tearing down nobody. I'm just making catchy songs. If y'all feel like I'm a representation for y'all and y'all can relate to my music more than am I the problem or are y'all the problem because y'all can relate to what I'm rapping about? And that is the times we live in, dog.
Listen to that web vagina. I think that's the name of it. Listen to it. I'm trying, like I said.
So listen, Marcus, here's what I'm saying though. Again,
my question is: are we listening to music for music, or we listen to?
You compare because you're listening to what you're saying. You comparing it to women, so you're comparing it to Sexy Red. I'm telling you what his tweet was: best rap album, period. So for him to sit here and say that as a man, and I have to sit here and pray and make sure that I make it home every day. This you can't tell me. There ain't nothing relatable about this goddamn song. Ain't nothing in this music relatable about what's going on actual outside. If I cut on the news and I sit here and I listen to a Doja Cat album and watch the news. Let's just say if I just live in West Bubba and I never go outside. But I'm just watching the news every day on how crazy the world is getting. Oh, this not no time stamp of what's going on in the world right now. But if I cut on that Rollo Rodriguez, the stuff he's talking about on it, oh, this makes sense on what's going on actually outside. Ain't no catchy songs. He don't got a bunch of catchy, hooky songs like Sexy Red, but we talking about substance of music or what he's talking about, storylines and the way he's painting the picture of what's going on in the actual world today. You can't even compare the two. It's night and day.
But then my question is, are we just trying to relate to one specific audience, or are we trying to relate to everybody? Because I hear what you're saying, me turning on news, but like you said before, everybody news ain't the same. Everybody
news channel is the same. You might not be able to relate to everything that's going on in the news, or you might not be scared because you live so far out.
So that's what so then even what you're saying, like for my music wise, all right, I can't relate. Do you relate to everybody, or you just relate to a certain audience?
It depends like who you're trying to relate to, because I think realistically, even again, and this is sometimes when you got to draw in the numbers thing, it's like even when I look at Rollo compared to hers, he don't have no big song, but their numbers ain't too far off. So it's like I'd rather have the music that people on a day-to-day basis, on my worst days, my best days, whatever I'm feeling. When we use some more Rod Wave compared to Diddy, I need that day-to-day relatable music is way better than sitting here saying I'm trying to go chase a pop audience, so I'm just trying to rap about nonsense.
But then that's my thing. So what do you really value? So if your LeBron called you and said, "Hey, I need you to do a Sweet 16 for Bryson," right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you gonna go do Southwest by Southwest in Houston or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you going to take that? Or you going to take the LeBron? You go perform LeBron kids. They can't relate to your music, but the people in the Southwest can. You ain't getting as much as you would get for the LeBron show.
But I think I don't know that comparison because it is kind of off of what we're talking about. But just you can even look at it with the John Morant and NBA YoungBoy thing. Like John Morant is.
But I'm saying with the crowd wise, like who are you? Like I said, I'm saying with whatever LeBron's audience is going to be a less. Oh, we don't see this type of stuff going on.
Well, okay, so but just realistically, I hear what you're saying. But if you're saying she's trying to chase a broader audience, only doing just what I'm saying, and this is why you got to kind of tie the numbers in. That obviously is a disconnect even between the audience you're trying to trace, because let's just compare people who don't care about the hood. That's what you're basically saying. Okay, that's Travis Scott. Travis Scott almost did 500,000 his first week. She did 60,000. It's right. A disconnect, dog.
No. But I think what her disconnect is, she's not. I don't think she knows what she want to be. Do she want to be? Oh, I do want to be still a pop star. Do I still want to be a rapper? Or I do want to do this. I want to do that. I think she's chasing the identity. You know what I'm saying? Like she don't know which lane she want to be in. If she wanted to be in the rap lane, well, I'm just talking about pussy rapping, and because she talks about pussy rap in a lot of her songs. So that's why when you say it can't relate, I'm just like, what don't relate? She's rapping about the same, but her lyrics are better than what you would listen to a Sexy Red or any of them.
Yeah. So okay. So if that's what she's rapping about, maybe it's the beats. Maybe I don't know. I'm not a woman, so I can't tell you what the disconnect is for me. When I'm listening to it, I'm like, okay, cool. She's really rapping. She can rap, but I don't hear no. It is nothing to. It ain't nothing for me to. Huh?
Nah, they said it sounded. I had it.
Yeah, it's just not. It ain't nothing just to make me be like, oh my god, this is just like the greatest thing I ever heard in my life. Like, it's cool. Like I said, it was a decent album, but I guess we got way off the topic because I was talking about Brandon Jennings. But his original, I guess we can get back on track. He basically said that he wouldn't give his mom, he would have spent his first NBA big check on his mother. And I think to me, that's kind of just crazy. Because then I look at somebody like Antoine Walker, where it was just like, he regretted it because he just had bad gambling habits, but he still never ended up selling his mom's house. Even when he was at his lowest and his mom was trying to get him to sell the house, and he was just like, no, I put you in here for a reason, because all those sacrifices we had and all these, like, this house is something that we gonna always have to come back to. If I don't got nothing, this house still paid for.
Yeah, but I think probably in Brandon Jennings, I mean, would he have in Milwaukee or somewhere like that? Probably.
I mean, I don't know. I don't necessarily know his whole backstory. We only can go off of what he tweeted and his reasoning behind that tweet.
I mean, I understand that you feel like, damn, I could have did it other way, because like I said, you bought her a house, but you still got to take care of yourself. You got to do this. You could have just bought a house and y'all all lived in it.
Yeah. So is that your real regret? Did you was trying to do too much?
He was bad with his money, probably. That's probably why he's regretting it, because I didn't have a big deal. He didn't make a big deal, so that's probably what he's regretting. Is, oh yeah, I did. My first investment was her house. Instead of me investing on training or whatever, I invested on her house.
Yeah, so was that? So I think this realistically, that probably was his downfall. But I just, me personally, like that hypothetical.
Because let's just say he bought
crazy.
Okay, but let's say he bought her the house and then y'all fell out. Y'all not even on good terms.
But she still made the sacrifices for you to get it. This ain't a girlfriend. This is your mother.
But what I'm saying is, you made that sacrifice. You bought her this, but now y'all not even on speaking terms. Y'all not good. You struggling. You not on the up and up.
You know what's crazy, and I guess, in matter of fact, and you can I can tie this clip into with the Steven Jackson thing, because I think those two things kind of go. Now, I don't agree with what Steven Jackson said, but I think what he's saying about with the money thing is like, that's your fault if you bad with the money. That ain't your mother's fault. That ain't nobody else's fault, because if you work the regular job, you'll never see this type of money. So you shouldn't have no regrets on, hey, I bought my mother a house. Nigga, if you horrible with money, that's your fault. But you should never sit here and regret. Like, that, to me, saying that just was like, yeah, I'm cool. So I didn't originally, when I seen that clip, I didn't know it was towards Gilbert Arenas. Yeah, I didn't know that originally that's what it was towards, because Gilbert Arenas was sitting here saying, I think it was about the James Harden thing, where Gilbert Arenas was basically like,
no, I think it was towards when we interviewed Robert Horry.
Oh, him and Robert.
Horry was going.
But it was about James Harden. Though. When I seen the clip, he used James Harden as an example, where he was like, would you rather, and because I seen people post up, would you rather, and now we can throw it out here for people who are listening, would you rather have Robert Horry's 7 rings? And we talked about Robert Horry last week, I think, when we had the conversation. We didn't? About him winning rings and being in the Hall of Fame. Well, anyway, it was just still. So would you rather have Robert Horry's 7 rings? Robert Horry got 7 championship rings, of course, and Michael Jordan got 6, and RP Bill Russell had 11. So Robert Horry, realistically, we talking about ring wise, he's in the head of Jordan. Or would you rather not have no rings like James Harden? And when Marcus just said earlier, when we were talking about the money thing, yeah, everybody got money, but it's different when you got money. James Harden got money. I think James Harden, like his next contract, he probably played like $40-something million a year. Where Robert Horry probably ain't even sniff nowhere near that, because he's just a role player. So let's just say at Robert Horry's peak, maybe Robert Horry was getting like $7 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you value. Because even if you look at, I think it's just all what you value personally. Because at the end of the day, Steven Jackson, I mean, even his career, he played the fact that he was important. I mean, not a major piece.
He was a good defensive player.
He was a good, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, so it wasn't like he had like, MVP, caliber career.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, yes, I could be happy with being, and I got my money, I got X, Y, and Z. But and then like somebody like Robert Horry, who really ain't even had the fame, but he wasn't a house. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
I got even better. Let's make it even easier because people watch Scottie Pippen and we see how Scottie Pippen's situation playing out right now. I'm 100% positive. If I ask Scottie Pippen, would he want to give back 3 of those rings for James Harden's bank account? I'm 100%. We all watch, everybody who, even if you don't watch basketball, that's why I say let's use Scottie Pippen for example, because everybody, especially during the pandemic, we all watched that Last Dance, and we all seen how Scottie Pippen was complaining, and he was so upset about Jordan not riding for him to get more money, how he felt like he was like how they wanted him to play hurt and all that, he didn't get paid. So, and we watching how Scottie Pippen's wife is behaving right now. So, do we realistically, if I could sit here and ask Scottie Pippen right now, would you rather go 3 of those rings and be able to get James Harden payout or any of these other ridiculous contracts is coming up right now? I think Anthony Davis about to get like $60 million a year. I think, matter of fact, I seen the joint, and it was literally back in the day. I think, damn, I wish I would have screenshotted that joint. I want to say Juwan Howard was the first big payday ever, and it was 1996. He was getting like $100 million for like 10 years or something crazy like that.
I think it was like 10 million a year.
So like 10 million a year. So compared, so you said what we saying. So we talking about 1996. The first big contract was basically $10 million a year. It was for 10 years, $100 million. No, Anthony Davis is about to get $60 million per season. His new contract got him to be able to get $60 million next year when he played. $60 million for 1 year, dog. That's you talking about. Juwan Howard would have had to play 6 years to get that.
But that's why I say, what do you really value?
No, I think everybody valued money that much. I don't care what he said. I would rather call me a loser if I can go into the bank for 60 of them.
But see, I think that's where the problem is right there, because we talking about two different areas. Robert Horry right now, if he was playing, he would be getting paid.
Of course.
Back then, they was not playing people.
Of course.
So that because Jordan didn't even make, what I'm saying?
Make that type of money for sure, of course.
So for Jordan, who we say the GOAT, he couldn't even sniff half of the paychecks that people that barely got off the bench in the NBA now,
of course,
playing now. So I think that is, if we all saying we all in the same era, everybody getting paid, you know what I'm saying? Of course you're gonna have now money, you know what I'm saying? Like, but if you was playing back then, you gonna take the ring over the payday.
Yeah, but everybody can't even. But even you still think about some of the rings, like even for somebody like Robert Horry, is like, what do those? I mean, of course, if you arguing about people, if like when we talking about with Skip and Shannon, if I'm arguing with somebody, yeah, those rings matter, but just for your kids, your grandkids, no, them rings don't matter. And if you're not in the conversation of Jordan and LeBron, them rings still don't matter. Because, like you said, like even Steven Jackson, like dog, I didn't know. If I didn't really know basketball, I still kind of forget he even played on them San Antonio teams, because I'm like, damn, when did you win a championship? But I forgot you was on one of those later San Antonio teams. But you still ain't, people ain't talking about you like they talk about Tony Parker and Mono Ginobili. What'd you say?
He was on the early. It wasn't the late, it was early.
Nah, it wasn't early because he played with Indiana. It was later because y'all think about him. He went to the championship.
He won the championship before he went to Indiana.
Did he?
Yeah.
No, he couldn't. Because that was in 2001, so that he wasn't in the 90s. I mean, what championship he won? San Antonio ain't won a championship yet at that time.
The first one.
Wasn't it 2001? You think, but he was in Indiana. They went to the championship in 2001 to play the Lakers and lost.
Who? San Antonio?
No, Indiana. Indiana played the Lakers in 2001. He couldn't. There's no way. The San Antonio ain't start winning championships then. Did you think about? Listen, what you think about what you're saying?
Because he said he played with David Robinson in them. I thought
David Robinson still played in the 2000s. Nigga, David Robinson won the championship. He was on the first team to beat LeBron. The first time they beat LeBron, not the second, the first time.
Okay.
Yeah, he could. Hell no, he wasn't on that first San Antonio. Because I'm trying to think, what was San Antonio the early? Because you think about it, 98, 90, 96, 97, 98 was the Bulls. And then, that 2000 team, that was San Antonio won the championship in 2000. Might have been. I don't know. We had to pause and Google it. But still, what I'm saying is, when I think of Steven Jackson, I don't think of an NBA champion.
Yeah, he was in San Antonio first.
Oh, so that
he didn't go to Indiana until 2004.
Oh, okay.
And he was in the league 2000.
All right, so maybe he did win his joint with them first. But my point of it is he's still not. But even when you think about that San Antonio team, you think about Robert Horry before you think about him. You would think about Mario Elliott, Sean Elliott. You would think of like before. I just Steven Jackson ain't in that top 5 of players I'm thinking about on that original San Antonio team. When you talking about Duncan and Dave Robinson, and that, like you just not. So it's just like I hear what he's saying. It sounds cool when you're trying to make a point to people, but it's just like to me, I don't necessarily agree with that take. Like, dog, I'm taking that money. I'm sorry. Like, especially for him to try to put it like, oh, broke people. Like, yeah, of course, if you ever made $50 million and you come from nothing, yes, that's a lot of money. But I still don't necessarily know if I'm turning down, I can make 300 million. Like they about hard times. They about OJ Simpson. OJ Simpson, when he was hit his head, he sold his Heisman. All them trophies and them awards, he got rid of them. Think about for Reggie Bush. You think Reggie Bush would rather have his Heisman or he'd rather get paid? Like the world is trying to, like even just with commercials and all that, I think people are indirectly trying to apologize the way they treated Reggie Bush. And that's why he get about all these commercials Reggie Bush got now. For what? He don't do nothing. He just got endless commercials because that's people. That's realistically, that's corporate America trying to apologize for the way they did him.
I don't gotta apologize. Give me the damn Heisman back. That's it.
But guess what? So you that Reggie know the time. Reggie Bush would be the perfect person. And would you want that Heisman back, or would you be happy with all these commercials you're getting randomly right now for no reason, just because you Reggie Bush?
I think he still would be accepted. I think
because everybody still know you want it.
But my
just because you personally don't have a trophy in your house,
you can't take that away. So I don't know.
Oh, let that John load up. And let's go. I need to take a piss anyway. You let it load up. You can hit the little bulge pocket. It's John.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Still alive.
Brrr. Glasses at y'all.
I get what he's saying.
You ready?
Hey, yo, brothers, man, what's good? Talking to you live from prison right now, man. I'm just happy to get out there. I'm in jail. They continue to go to Yellow Line. Where have you 24-hour lockdown, half-time cell by myself, no windows, no mirrors. You need to see yourself in a whole year, yo. But with all the disadvantages against me, my head has always been held high, man. And I want y'all to know I'll be bringing serious. My drive and my ambition is growing stronger and stronger every day. And I'm so proud of how y'all been moving in my support, man. I know this feels like a scary time, but don't be afraid, man. This shit brought no fear in my heart at all. I'm prepared now. It was a video all the time that you wanted, and they already tried to let's just go with one of the most. You know,
So for people who don't know who that is or what that was Tory Lanez doing a jail call, basically letting his fans know that he's a-okay. And I guess the reason why he did that is because over the weekend there were, or maybe right before the weekend even started, there were rumors coming out saying that he was scared for his life because now he has been sentenced to 10 years and he's out of the county jail. He's actually in an actual prison now. So he's beginning his jump, and even it was a statement that came out and said that he was like, I don't want to be in general pop. I mean, I don't want to be in PC. I want to be in general population. I can hold myself down because people were saying like that jail that he's in, like the murder rate inside that jail is very high. He was fearful for his life, and I'm sure his lawyer probably put that out there, just trying to help see if they can try to get him out or get him put into a different jail. When he came out, I think he wrote up on the academics page and was like, "Oh, I never said that. Nobody on my team stamped that or nothing." So this was basically he just trying to give people a heads up. And I do think realistically, it's just out of sight, out of mind, dog. I don't necessarily know how long people gonna care. Like, don't get it twisted. He made good music. I think I even listened to a song or something maybe the other day, but it's just like I don't know if people really care that much, though.
About him?
Yeah, just about him. And I feel like the story is eventually, I mean, it's just kind of gonna get old. Like you kind of get tired of seeing certain stories. And maybe if you're a diehard Tory Lanez fan, you might not get tired of it. But just for me personally, it kind of just be like, all right, dog.
I don't think we need the jail call. Just if you're gonna put the music out.
Yeah, just put it. I mean, just put it out.
Because you are independent, right?
No, for sure. But I mean, realistically, I'm sure you got to think about it. If he got sentenced for 10 years, he got to plan out his drops way differently from somebody else. Like you got to be careful. You can't just sit here and be like, I'm just gonna be dropping music and I'm gonna do whatever, because you got to pace yourself out. You shoot your load too fast, dog. 10 years is a long time.
If you was Chris Brown and you was recording all the damn songs, you'd be dropping them.
Yeah, if you was Chris Brown can sit down for 10 years and he can come home and he still got good 15,000 songs. He'll be a-okay.
Lazy.
No, for sure. But you know what? And I guess realistically, that's the key to it. It's just like, can you maintain a stretch where people still going to check for you, or can you hold on? That back catalog just gotta be crazy. Your work ethic gotta be crazy. Like if you just kind of BSing and dragging your feet, like you said, you having too much fun, you partying and enjoying it. And I think that's what realistically with a lot of these rappers, they're not even just not rappers, they're just musicians in general. Of course, because you work so hard to get where you at, but I think you get too lackadaisical. And I say this when you kind of take your foot off the gas. And I said this the other day when I seen Wayne, and I'm like, dog, this man is performing everywhere. Like, just matter of fact, he was just performed at the Steelers and Raiders game at the halftime show last night. And I'm like, dog, he still do all of this, still put out music. Because I think we didn't even talk about the Nas jump, though. He smoked Nas boots on that album, and I do. He smoked Nas boots on his album. But then it's just like, no, he's still rapping. And I think I seen a clip where he was just doing a jump with him, Tiger. I think it's for Tiger and YG album. And they were shooting a video for it, but you just listening to his verse. And I'm like, Wayne is literally still blacking out.
So the mixtape, is that going to be
freestyles? I don't know. He just put out a cover and nobody don't know. So if people don't know what we're talking about, it's called the prefix. I think it's called a prefix before the 6.
The last one, what was it he put on? What was it?
His last mixtape?
Wasn't it on live mixtape?
It was on That Piff.
That Piff? Yeah. I wonder if he's going to do one of those.
I hope not. I hope he just put it on Apple Music, because we kind of seen, like, even for Meek, how that Piff release, that Piff release worked for Meek and for Wayne. I think, don't get it twisted, people listen when the first day it come out just because they fans of your music and want to see what you're rapping about. But I do think we talking about replay, not necessarily replay value, but just that the ease on I need something to replay, it's harder because my mind, I'm already used to on my day-to-day basis going to Apple Music or going to Spotify, wherever you get your music from. That's how you normally listen to your music on a daily. So going to a whole different app is just kind of going to be like, nah, because think about how many realistically for most of us, and that's when some people like they need social media breaks or whatever, how often you still just, or you just may hit the Instagram button just because you're so used to hitting it.
But I mean, I get that part, but just even we go back to what we were talking earlier about the whole catalog shit. If who I sold my catalog to, or if I still got investments in, let's say I do got investments in that pair. So if I put it on that pair and then that shit runs out.
I don't care. I have to be. Sometimes them investments you can't.
Sure,
I can't.
It's in your favor. Like,
I get what you're saying, but for example, tell me why sometimes it can't be in your favor. Jay-Z did the same thing when it came to Tidal. When Tidal first originally dropped, you could buy his albums on them other platforms, but you couldn't stream them on them platforms. So you would have to buy a Jay-Z album and listen to it on Apple. You couldn't stream it at one point in time. But then realistically for him, it's just like, I wanted everybody to come to Tidal, but then after a while, he originally seen like, I'm on an uphill battle. I don't necessarily know if that fight is worth it.
But you could go, I mean, only because it's a mixtape, it's not an album. That's why I'm just like, you don't get money off the album. I mean, a mixtape anyway, right?
No, of course, yeah, you don't, but you still want, but you still, okay, but and I forgot what, you still realistically, you want more eyes to see you. That's, and you know, so crazy. I'm mad because I can't remember what conversation I took that from. What were we talking about? I think me and Top and Low and it was having a conversation about something, but it's just like, if you're passionate about something, I want, even just perfect, let's use podcasting, for example. Yeah, everybody has the podcast thing on your phone. If you got an iPhone, you got the little purple jump. But realistically, we talking about a search engine or hashtags or whatever the case may be. The YouTube Joan is more friendly. Don't get it twisted. You still going on the algorithm, but just somebody accidentally may stumbling across your podcast on an Apple app compared to YouTube, it's not going to happen. Like, it's easy for somebody to accidentally just stumble across a YouTube. Like, I'm watching I'm watching whatever the case may be, and then it might be another junk on the side, and I'm like, oh crap! How did I stop? But you don't on the Apple Podcast or even on the Spotify junk. That don't happen.
See, okay, I get that. I get what you're saying when you use it in that reference. But I also feel like, yes, I might be trained to, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go on Apple or whatever the case may be. But if you really want to listen to something, you want to, I'm gonna go check in. Because like even with me now, I don't even use the Apple. I be using Spotify, which I it's on my what's name, and I can hear it's cleared. I hear, you know what I'm saying? I use Spotify, so you can pick and choose. Like I said, everybody got, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got their preference, but because you're saying, well, I'm trained to this, but you can untrain yourself. You don't have to necessarily just use that. But
who's going? But that's what I'm saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm not going to realistically untrain myself just to listen to one Wayne project. When the rest of his catalog is on Apple Music, is on Spotify, so on whatever the case may be, you're talking about just to listen to one project. To me, just to listen to one project, I'm not about to out-train myself. I'll just wait until you put something else out, or you do enough other freestyles and features and whatever the case may be. And again, like I said, let me double down on that. If y'all have not heard, I'm not sitting here saying go listen to the new Nas album, but go directly to that Nas and Wayne song. And for all the people who always, like, especially New York people who always be like, oh, Wayne, Nas, and all these people did New York people. And I was listening to the Breakfast Club this morning, and they were talking about that. And Charlamagne was just like, DJ Envy finally came to his senses that Wayne is the top 5, and if you're being honest, he should be in everybody's top 3. And after they seen him performing, he was like, oh yeah, because most people wouldn't be able, because they were talking about how diverse the crowd was, and most people wouldn't be able to headline a festival with that diverse crowd for people who you would try to put ahead of him.
You know what's kind of crazy? And even when we talked earlier about the whole, I don't know if the pod heard it, but us just talking earlier about the whole Jada Pinkett shit. There's some shit you probably can't let go. Some people not going to let go Biggie, Tupac, no, you know what I'm saying, out of their talk. Yeah, but would you realistically, would you still respect somebody's music, taste, and opinion if they still holding on to something that old? You can't. I mean, but listen, look how many people still hold on to Jordan. You still hold on to what you still hold on to what you like and what you grew up on. So I can't sit here and be like, well, your opinion is wrong, but that's what you grew up on. Just like you said with me, you saying, but okay, yeah, the music you might listen to compared to somebody who's younger might listen to is a bit different. But you, like I said, if that's what I grew up on, that's what I like, you know, so that's how it is. So I mean, sometimes I just feel like people just attach to certain things and they can't let go. That's made like that. I feel like some people might have like, I feel like Tupac, Biggie, Jordan, and who else? I think those are the only three really that you can't let you
that people can't let go. That people can't let go. I mean, I'm with you on that one, but I just still, I mean, with the Jordan thing, it may be just a little bit different to me compared to Biggie and Tupac, because your basketball can't never get what Jordan did on the court can't never get outdated. Like you can't, like that music can't outdate itself. You get what I'm saying? Like it can't never get, like you can watch a Jordan game and like, all right, of course, if you already seen it, you may not want to watch it, but it just can't get old. Like his leg, it just with Tupac and Biggie is just like sometimes where it's like, how often are you really just running to go listen to an old Tupac or Biggie song if you still listening to modern day music? Yo, you know how hard it is for me to go back and listen. Just think about it. Just ask yourself, when the last time have you actually honestly went back and listened to an old Biggie or Tupac song?
I mean, it still comes on. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's not like it don't get played. It still comes on. Still comes on the radio. They still might play a song here and there in the club. It still comes. You know what I'm saying? Those songs still come on. Yeah. Juicy. You know what I'm saying? Those they still have those songs that still come on. So I hear what you're saying. If somebody's putting out this music consistently on a consistent basis, keep putting out, how they can't be in your top. But then you just have certain things people are stuck in their ways with. That was a classic. I'm gonna keep. You know,
which is cool.
And I feel like I don't think no song. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like the 50 Cent. Like, do you think it's any Get Rich or Die Trying? Do you feel like it's any other album recently that can out-top that?
No. For somebody's first album, no. But I think Jeezy Thug Motivation 101 is better than 50 Get Rich or Die Trying.
So that's what I'm saying. So, but so if you just using those two. What Wayne, everybody else put out recently, do you feel like any of those can top those? Yeah, but I don't necessarily. Wayne don't have to top. I don't have to top that because I have an album already in that conversation. But I get what you. But what I'm saying is those CDs, that CD, you feel like I can go back and listen to it and it's still
of course.
So that's why I'm asking. Like, right now, do you feel like, all right, well, this shit can knock. Like if you had
okay. So listen, what you saying? I get what you're saying, but just so real quick, just to speed it up. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. No, what new music is coming out, nobody can knock out. Nobody has put out an album that can knock out what you feel about Get Rich or Die Trying or Jeezy Thug Motivation 101. But both of those people still put out music. I've heard 50 Cent recently just put out a Nas verse. And Lil Wayne recently put out a Nas verse. So, and that's why we're comparing you, especially when you're still like where Tupac and Biggie get the advantage for some people, they can't put out no more music. It's over. So that's why it's like, so, but listen to what I'm saying. But 50 put out a verse on the Nas album, on Nas' last album. Before this one that just came out, go listen to that 50 Cent verse and listen to that Lil Wayne verse. That's like comparing whatever BS local rapper that can't even rap compared to what Lil Wayne just did on there. So that's so listen to what I'm saying. And I'm sure 50 Cent don't think he rap better than Lil Wayne.
But I feel like, I mean, he probably did that for a favor or whatever.
It don't matter. So you think Wayne didn't do the same thing?
No. What I'm saying, let's say 50. Oh, I did this verse. Now you need to be on Power for me. You know what I'm saying? I need you to do an episode on Power. You could have worked. I don't feel like he did it to showcase that he can still rap. I don't even think he care about rap.
You can't say that because he still rap every time he put out a new TV show.
You getting paid for it. That's washing your hand. You one hand washing the other. I make the theme.
I hear what you giving niggas. You be giving niggas too many excuses. I'm not giving niggas excuses. Wayne is, I don't care, the greatest rapper of all time. Every time he get on the microphone, he proves it. And his work ever, he still get. And I don't even know how we got all the way here. But my whole, of course, we were talking about Wayne on Nas. But I meant to sit here and talk about how Wayne work ethic is, and we can kind of tie that into Nicki in 2 seconds. Where Wayne is still rapping at a high level and still on Friday mornings gets up and do Skip Bayless show.
I haven't seen that.
I was in the gym Friday morning and and that's what made me think of it. When I seen him, I'm like, oh, he's still rapping at this level and he's still dedicated to be like, no, Wayne is moving and carrying himself like a brand new rapper that nobody never heard of before. Like all the shows he pop up and do, all the performances he pop up and do, and literally the still like I'm gonna do people podcast. Like Wayne ain't never was a super targeted person before him too. Literally every Friday morning, you got to think about it. And we watching it early. It's 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern. They recording on the West Coast, so that's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And he in studio. He ain't doing a phone call, John, or a Zoom, John. He literally in studio with Skip Bayless on Friday mornings. So I'm like, dog, look how he's still is like, and I think, and you know, and that's why sometimes, of course, you really don't never want to have these conversations online with the Bobs, because realistically, they females, and it may be like softer men or something. So you kind of just like those conversations, like you're not gonna never be able to understand it because you just don't watch sports, or you don't pay attention. You just love Nicki, and people follow almost out of blind faith when it comes to Nicki, where it's just like, and I'm be looking at the comments and I'd be like, I caught myself because I was getting frustrated when I was just, and I've talked about it, like when I'm listening to certain like podcasts and stuff that I like, and they skip the Nicki conversation. But then I almost look at it like, I'm, especially because I've been back on Twitter, I'm looking at it where it's like I don't know sometimes. Like if I have the option to be like, I can skip these people where I don't have to communicate with them. I don't have to like give my opinion on it, where they don't got to be in my comment section. They don't have to leave no comments on my YouTube channel, whatever the case may be. Excuse me, when I skip it, absolutely. And I looked at it, and I thought about it, and then what made me really sit here and say, I'm talking about just safety wise. Even when I looked at that video with her in the studio with all them dudes, and I'm like, let's just say if I'm podcasting in New York City, and this is going on live in New York City, I had to almost think about somebody's safety, where it's like, do I necessarily want to put that type of energy? Like, and now I'm just, is it to me worth giving my opinion to where it's now I have to worry about the way I move? And I like the way if I'm moving around freely and I really ain't got to look over my shoulder, I can just skip everything about her. I ain't got to critique her music. I don't have to critique nothing. And that's why sometimes you got to give your credit to somebody like academics where, okay, yeah, I'm just in the house. I'm going to rip it. I'm going to say whatever I feel like, because guess what? I don't go nowhere. So you ain't bumping into me nowhere. You're going to get all these hot takes. But when I seen it, I'm just like, and people, when I'm looking at people in the comments where they was just like, y'all saying she in the studio with goons and this, that, and third. It's not even about who in the studio with her. It's just like how old she is. And you have to move and carry yourself a certain way the older you get, dog. Like, bro, you're in your 40s. It's ridiculous that you sit here in the studio with a bunch of dudes. That studio was deep in that studio. Y'all thought I was playing when I said I run the game like the controller. I call shots or whatever, all the stuff she was screaming at the jump. And I'm like, bro, you are destroying your legacy right now. You might in your mind think you, and this is when we were talking about just where it's trying to be relatable, but it's nobody keeping it a buck with you. You trying to be too relatable on some hood stuff. And it's just like, oh, it's not who you was 20 years ago. We've been listening to you. We've been listening to you for the last 10 or 15 years. It's like, why are you doing this now? It's like literally, it look like you almost having a midlife crisis or a mental meltdown on camera, and everybody like, what's the point?
But we keep going back to these same scenarios and situation. It's just even in her. I'm not saying whatever she did, that shit was corny, of course. But what can she really do? If you would get on her, y'all be like, oh, well, she ain't been a mom to baby, people would kick her back in. Now if she started pussy rapping and shit, like what no, she
but no, you can I think you're missing it. No, you can talk about your real life. You are a mom. Marcus, there's women out here who are mothers. What are you talking about? That's a super relatable topic. Go on TikTok and put in hashtag single mom. There's millions of people. Moms. You saying on social, you talking about on her social media? I'm talking about even in the music.
I don't think nobody's checking no rap song for it.
What about raising your kid? Drake do it all the time now. What are you talking about?
Drake and Nicki. I don't think that.
But listen to what I'm saying. Now listen to what you're saying. They were comparable at one point in time. The way she's treating her career, that's why you saying we're talking about Drake and Nicki. At one point in time, Nicki was bigger than Drake. What do you mean? But it's because the way she's moving and the way she's carrying herself and the way the bad mistakes, the mental mistakes that she's making in her career. And that's what I'm saying. When we're comparing the two or the three, if you saying Nicki, Wayne, and Drake, don't look at the way Wayne is the elder statements. He's still moving and putting out music like he doesn't even have a hit record or an amazing rap catalog. Look at Drake. Drake still puts out music and he keeps it, like, don't get it twisted. He have his name and some little stuff here and there, but it's more about music.
So if Nicki puts out a song about her and her kids or whatever, her son or whatever, and how he's living life, right? Are y'all really going to tune into it?
Okay, perfect example. I'll tell you how you know they will. One of Meek Mill's biggest songs still today was a relationship song with Nicki Minaj. Hey, yo, Nick, whatever. That's one of Meek Mill's biggest songs to today. That was the biggest song on that album. So will people listen?
But it wasn't about raising her kid.
But it was about a relationship.
Yeah, a relationship.
Okay, but that's relatable.
But I'm saying we're talking about rap. I don't and like
That's on that rap album. What you talking about?
But we talk. But I'm saying. But when you say like even the songs that she put out now, they too poppy. But I'm saying if she puts out a song where she's talking about her kid, raising her kid, and playing Coco Melon and all that, you're not really going to check for it.
I can't say that they won't. I don't know until she do it. She haven't done it, so you can't say that somebody will or they won't if you don't do it. If you don't try it, nobody won't know. Though Beyonce made a whole album about getting cheated on. Lemonade. Jay-Z made a whole album about his real life cheating on his wife. 444. It worked for both of them.
That's controversy. Yeah, it's going to work. That is going to work. Just like even right now for the whole, not to go jump forward, they trying to promote this whole Usher been on. They using the damn Confession song, that Burn joint. They're using that. They taking that old clip and using it when he's on the phone talking about he got another baby on the way. That's what I'm saying. I feel like people they're going to champion use stuff controversy wise. When you sitting here saying, "Well, I'm about to rap and I'm about to sit here and talk about raising my kids or whatever," I don't think.
Okay, so I guess what you're missing is minus the kid part. She still never. What's her breakup song towards Meek? What's her breakup song towards Safari? That's what I'm talking about. You have no relatable songs where people can sit here and say, "Oh, I can relate. This is what you've been through. I can relate to that." People love Mary J. Blige because that's why people are like, "Oh, I can't wait for Mary to get her heart broken again," because that was the relatable Mary that people could like. When Summer Walker, first day Jess Hilarious said when she went on the Breakfast Club, "I'm happy that Lil Meech cheated on Summer Walker because that's when she make her best music." So listen to what I'm saying. People want to find stuff they can rate, and that's why when we was talking about the Diddy stuff earlier, we was talking about why Diddy only did 30,000 and Rod Wave did 130,000. Again, I like to champion, give myself a round of applause on the back for just. I told y'all that last week. That's the difference because Rod Wave make way more relatable music to what people are going through today. Nicki ain't making nothing relatable. She's on here acting like somebody who just I'm lost in the sauce, dog. I have no relatability. Me as a person, yes, I'm an iconic, I'm a legend, greatest female rapper of all times, but nothing about me is relatable to nobody. Not even my fans. My fans are just ride or die blind faith right now. And that's where that is the separation. And that's why people ain't even gonna keep putting her in the same conversation is Wayne and Drake no more because she's just not acting like Wayne and Drake.
She coming out.
November or something. I can't remember it. Like we're gonna see, but I don't necessarily know like who cared for her. Like, do we? Let that load up. What happened? The Eagles? Mm-hmm. Of course. Did Joe Burrow play? He playing? And what's his score? that was the reason why I was wondering was they even going to play him. I'm like, no, I don't necessarily know if I'm playing Joe Burrow and like he got to go up against Aaron Donald. Like that's crazy. He supposed to got a leg injury. Like dog, I ain't gigging that. Don't get me twisted. You don't want to be in that division and fall 0-3 neither. You fall 0-3, it's a dub. It's over. Because what's in the division is y'all. It's the Steelers, the Ravens, the Browns. Yeah. So if you go 0-3, it's over. And you got 2 of them losses against division teams. Yeah, you kind of almost forced to play him until his leg fall off. And you just got, and the crazy thing about it is, and just even if we've been honest, and we can get into football real quick because I do want to remind me every week just to run down the stats for people who may be just listening and just to run down who won and who lost. But just even if we've been honest, we just talking about defenses, the way the defenses played for the first 3 weeks. I don't necessarily like if I'm Joe Burrow, I don't want to play unhealthy against the Steelers or the Browns, dog. Myles Garrett is playing out of his goddamn mind. Like everybody talking about Michael Parsons, bro. Myles Garrett is different, dog. He is OD the way he be getting, man. Shit, all right. I get it. It's the Browns and it's the Cowboys, but dog, Myles Garrett is different, dog.
I feel like all of them in that position. I wouldn't want to see none of them. Aaron Donald, TJ, Garrett. See, I don't.
I can't hate on.
But I feel like Parsons is not. He's more behind everybody.
Yeah,
he's behind everybody else.
Yeah, like almost like a linebacker.
But them are like they right on the line. I got to see them firsthand. Like, God damn, them 3 right there. I don't want them 3.
But that's my point. And you talking about 2 of them. You talking about 2 of them is in your division.
Yeah, them 3 right there. I definitely don't.
And week 1, you already Miles. Y'all, that's the reason why y'all lost. He couldn't even put up a touchdown. So like he's different. And then you still got I'm not gonna hold that Steelers defense yesterday looked like I was like, all right, cool. I can believe into what you got going on right now like that. And it was so funny because that is the difference between having an elite defense because y'all quarterback ain't nothing. Like he just a quarterback. Like he literally and that I think that was one of the reasons.
No, I think he is, but I also feel like it's just.
No, if you had another quarterback, you'd be coming in here thinking you're going to the Super Bowl.
No. But I feel like that's why the problem is because he's a rookie. He don't have like if this was Ben.
Hey, I thought he was a rookie last year.
Yeah, he came in. He didn't. I mean, I'm saying he's still a rookie.
Okay.
He don't have that respect right now. So you can't come in there. Well, I'm not running this play. You know what I'm saying? You can't call your own plays. You still got to go the offensive. You know what I'm saying? The offensive court, and that's who we fucking tired of. That's who we want to get rid of right now. We want to get rid of offensive coordinator. He's ass. That's what I'm saying. Like the play calls that he's calling is just terrible. Instead of like, because even when Ben was there, it was still like, what the fuck are we running? You know what I'm saying? Like certain things, I guess, just go down the training cycle. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Everybody don't have that. I ain't doing this shit. I'm going.
Yeah, but
like Lamar would, fuck
for sure. No, and real quick, and just while we talking about that, shout out to the Green Bay Packers. I ain't gonna lie, dog. I like Jordan Love a lot. No, he just like watching that game and just like, oh, that's supposed to be over. They was down 17-0 going into the halftime. And their defense held it down where they didn't score no more in the second. They didn't score no more in the second half. And he didn't allow the bad play of the first half to carry on to the second half where it was just like, no, I'm gonna put my head down, I'm still gonna do the work. And they end up winning. Like, and it was I'm of course just off of growing up playing Madden. I'm gonna go for it on 4th down. So to see a team in real life like go for it on 4th down, even when they didn't get it in the, like they was going for it on 4th, even in the first half, they didn't get it, and they still didn't give up on. Oh, we're gonna go for it on 4th again in the 4th quarter, and then they got it. But this is what like, and realistically for him, this is his rookie year. I mean, he ain't been a rookie, but this is his first year actually playing. And the team is like, it's on him. And he proven himself, though. He got a But that's my thing where it's just sort of saying what I'm saying. Like sometimes when I pay attention to, I listen to words, especially when like listening to podcasts or listening to watching ESPN or whatever. I listen to how they talk about certain players. And it's just like, you don't give niggas credit for showing up when the same thing you discredit me. Just give me my credit when I need it.
No, but I also feel like it's sometimes I got to protect you from yourself. And even like I get what you're saying, like you want to see Lamar run, you want to see Lamar do it. Cool. But they used to do that, going 4th down, go for it because you had Lamar. But now teams are humming. We got too much film on you. We know what you're capable of. Now we all right, you blitzing every time. Then what you going to do? We want you to throw the ball. We want you to get the ball. That's why I said once they see you do it a lot, I get film on you. I'll start.
I'm with you unless you got a strong offensive line like Philly, because ain't nobody stopping that. That Jalen Hurts just run, get the ball to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's what I said. You got to learn how to use what you got. For sure. Can I switch it up? Can I do a little trick play here and there? It's all on what you how you go about just. I feel like in certain instances or in certain companies, teams, I let you just. I can trust your
judgment, and you got to earn it. But so, like I said, shout outs to Jordan Love. Like I said, if the Bengals go down 0-3, and oh my God. Y'all Chargers fans, you literally was one play away from me coming in here kicking.
You can't.
No, of course, I'm not.
He had 400 yards. Yeah, you cannot kick it. You can't say shit about him. That's my only thing. Like I get it because he's white. You don't like him, but the nigga can play. He can throw the ball. He can put the numbers up. His team or whatever, just like the Bamboo got hurt. He tore his MCL, the 81.
Yeah, that's the go-to guy.
That's what I'm saying. Like with his downfall on his team, nobody's staying healthy. Even the Allen, he had a fucking field day. But like I said, even with him, he's never healthy. That's what a lot of these athletes, like I said, we give them praise too fast, and then they just fizzle out.
No, I mean, of course, because you can even when we was watching the Steelers and Raiders game last night, and I was sitting here telling you, I'm sure Devontae Adams in the back of his head kind of like, damn, what if I would have just waited it out?
Because he'd been playing his best ball.
But it's not winning. You ain't winning. Y'all 0-3.
But that's so that what do you go by? Because if I'm getting my numbers, I'm getting, I'm eating. What are you going by?
Okay, we about to say Justin Jefferson, so that's my point. So yeah, but even with Justin Jefferson, I think he just scored yesterday. He was getting his numbers yard wise, but no, you ain't getting in the end zone and y'all losing.
Same, but we can put stuff on these too.
But that's what I'm saying. So that's my. So you have to. So is it worth winning, or is it the numbers thing, dog?
When you hear them say wide receivers are drama queen, you gotta go with it. Unless I feel like it's only a select few that's just. I'm gonna put my nose down. I'm gonna get this. The ones who go for it, I'm gonna get the extra first down. I'm gonna spin the ball out. Not the ones who run out of bounds, like the Hines Ward. The ones who gonna go across the middle, and I'm gonna take that extra hit. Those the ones who who want.
So where do you put Tyreek Hill then? Because right now
he's just a freak of nature. That's just something you can. He's just like he's Antonio Brown. He is Antonio Brown. He's a freak of nature. He's small. He can get out and he can go. But when you reach that pedestal, when you feel like you're better than everybody, that's how you get too big of yourself. And let's get it.
I mean, he can feel that way right now.
But here's my thing, right? Now you can ask him. Would you rather still be in Kansas City winning the Super Bowl, or would you have the numbers that you've been putting up? The numbers that he put up last year and the numbers he could put up this year. Those might be his best numbers, but would you rather be in Kansas City? If Kansas City go win another Super Bowl, would you rather be in Kansas City?
But you can still he can make a debate and sit here and say if two ain't get hurt last year, we could have won the Super Bowl last year.
I hear that.
I'm
all for that. We saw Patrick Mahomes on a bad ankle win the damn game.
Yeah, I mean, listen to what I'm saying. No, Marcus, I get what you're saying, but it's a difference between you sitting and saying a leg injury that you can play on because you're a bigger body compared to because like we just talked about Joe Burrow playing out right now on a messed up calf. You can do it, but you can't play on a goddamn concussion protocol, especially not when you got them for the Dolphins. Dog, they was like everybody in their mother was ready to cancel the Dolphins because they were still letting Tua play. So that's completely different compared to what they listen what they showing you right now. They picking up back on that pace of where they was at last season when he was fully healthy.
I want to see him do it. I mean, but my question is, that's just like even when you like to not to skip sport, but that's just like even if you put it in the Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, it's just like, all right, are you really happy with just making it to the the play? Like I want to compete for a Super Bowl. I want to win it. So I'm putting up these numbers. I'm looking good on paper, but damn, we keep getting put out, or we're not making it to the.
Yeah, but you're saying, but they haven't had that chance yet, so you can't say that for them.
And that's why I say I'm just saying if it do you like I say, are you happy with the numbers you're putting up, or are you happy with?
Well, if I'm Tyreek Hill right now, I'm happy with these numbers that I'm putting up.
I'm pretty sure you want to get paid. You want to get paid.
He already got paid.
He will get paid.
You got to think about it. He got to the Dolphins because the Chiefs didn't want to pay him. And that was the reason why they let him. That's the reason why they let him go. You got to think about it. They did a not a sign and trade, but I think they traded him to a team that they knew that was going to pay him. So it might have been a sign and trade.
No, it was because it was
because he was
but the picks. That's what I'm saying. That's the sacrifice that Miami took for them.
Well, all I'm just saying is, long story short, they 3-0 right now. Miami Dolphins look like the best team in football. So 70 to 20 though. I was mad. Listen to what I'm saying. The betting thing kicked me in the balls, and you know what's so crazy? One thing about betting is like the weeks you take breaks on certain things. It's like those be the weeks when you be sick, because I should have bet. Like some told me that Arizona was going to beat Dallas yesterday, and I was just like, man, whatever.
Hey, I know you don't know about fantasy, but you supposed to change your lineup. Like, you got Odell Beckham and what's name playing. They're not being hurt. Oh, you got to show me how to do it. When after we finish, just show me how to do it. I don't. And you had 2 on your bench.
I thought I picked them up. I couldn't remember if I picked them up or not.
But see, the price. I mean, the points on that league is not that high. I mean, you probably have maybe 2 more points than Lamar had.
Oh yes, because I was about to say Lamar ain't like Lamar playing bad, but I do need to take Odell Beckham out. But just I guess here real quick, what was I talking? Oh, we was talking.
We were talking about sports.
Oh yeah, but I'm trying to think. Well, who were we just talking about?
We was talking about you saying Herbert, you about to come in and Chargers.
Oh yeah, they was almost. But let's just run down the scores real quick, and then we can get into one of the biggest stories of the, especially in white America, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Let's run on some of these stats, and I'm still going. I'm not gonna hold y'all. The 49ers is what they 3-0. Are they 3-0? Yeah, they 3-0 too. The 49ers beat the Giants 30-12. But I'm just me personally, because and that's the difference is like now, because of course talking about sports more and even doing the clips and stuff on social media and even on the YouTube. I just want to be more sharp on what I'm talking about. So I watch a lot more games. I'm still not sold on the Brock Purdy thing. I feel like anybody could do what he's doing right now. But because even some of the big, like his jobs, no, it's Debo. It's not him.
But see, that's the thing. Even when you look at that whole situation, they ain't Trey Lance. The draft picks that 49ers gave up for Trey Lance to Miami, them picks they traded up so they can get Trey Lance. Like that's what I'm saying. People don't value when you say, "Well, I'm gonna give you this pick." You don't value how people can use them picks. All them picks that they got, that's how they got Tyreek Hill, Waddle, and all the. That's how they got them players. So it comes down to it. What do you really value sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, me personally, even still with the Purdy thing, I'm still not sold on him because I'm watching the games. I'm like, bro, this is just Debo. He's just throwing the ball to Debo and. No, but that's but even both. What I'm just saying is, even for both, even when he throw the ball to either one of them, that's not him throwing the deep ball. That's him dinking and dunking and them running for an extra 40 yards.
You gotta get it to you. Everybody just can't get it to you.
The Falcons beat. I mean, the Lions beat the Falcons. I already knew that 2-0 was fluke as hell. They just played a bunch of young teams earlier. The Chargers, again, like I said, they squeaked away with their victory against the Vikings. That was the battle of the 0-2 teams. So now the Vikings is 0-3, and the Chargers won that game 28-24. The Saints and the Packers 17-18. And again, we kind of already gave y'all the rundown on that one. One of the big upsets of the weekend was the Texans versus the Jaguars. And the Texans of course, got a rookie quarterback, which is a black quarterback, and they beat the Jaguars 37-17. Of course, the Broncos and the Dolphins. We talked about that one. The Dolphins.
Houston
You don't think so?
No, they own them. They beat them like they when it comes down head to head, they own them.
Yeah, but but let's be real. When you see the Texans on your lineup, if you got a good team, most people kind of be like, all right, that's a W for us.
You think it's a W, but some teams have a history, and the Jaguars haven't had a history.
So yeah, so it was 70-20, the Dolphins versus the Broncos, and of course that was the highest scoring in an NFL game, 70 points since 1966. And the Dolphins definitely showed mercy because they could have kicked the field goal and then they could have.
I don't understand why you didn't. You scored 70. Go for the record hasn't been broken.
Okay, but I know what we was talking about where you threw me off at because I was talking about the parlays real quick, and that's when I was just like. And we talking about betting, and I was just like the week sometimes when you be off with it. So my whole thing was because I got into it late. Because as a matter of fact, I worked Sunday morning. So they had so I got into it late. I didn't put no bets in on I didn't put no bets in on Sunday at all. Like I just like cool. I'm like whatever. I don't feel like I'm about to just go work. So I missed. So I come back. I'm done working. And I come in and I catch the Dolphins. I caught it just because that was the only one. Realistically, some of the teams that you bet with, like when we were talking about earlier with the college football thing, is just like you just catching whatever teams with the odds. But every team that I felt like was going to win, of course, they was the favorites to win regardless. So I had to take a tour. It was a live bet, so I had to take tour for 350 yards. He would have got the 350 and they didn't take. He didn't play in the fourth quarter.
They ain't taking that.
But no, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I've learned. So in the 2 weeks in a row, I've learned that because that same thing happened with the Dolphins the week before, but the game was a little bit closer. But they end up not chasing the numbers where it was just like, don't leave him in.
No. But in that instance, you kicking the field goal. You're not going to play. You know what I'm saying? Kicking the field goal. You milled the ball. It was.
But yeah, of course. So that's you basically putting. That was you putting your that was you putting your dick on the table for real. Like y'all know that we could have did this, but we didn't. We ain't doing it to you.
That record is nobody's gonna break that record.
No, for sure ain't nobody gonna break it. But it's like
LeBron retired right now. Can't nobody touch his record, and God knows how long. That's a record that ain't nobody gonna touch or even sniff. That's not college. Yes, you can do it in college. College put up 90
yeah, for
easily.
sure.
But in the pros,
Yeah.
I would have took that. Kick the field goal. Fuck you. We got 70. You ain't stopped me. What the hell you gonna be mad? That's not PB. You're a grown man.
I mean, you're right. You, I guess the Browns and the Titans, and I think we talked about the Browns a little bit earlier. Shout out to Deshaun Watson again, because I think when we talked about him earlier, I think that was just for YouTube. It wasn't on the
get free massages this week.
You funny as shit. But he almost threw for 300 yards, and I said Shannon Sharp. I was listening to Shannon and Ocho, and they both was like, "Oh, his arm is done." Shady, when I was talking about Shady McCoy, all of them everybody was on there saying it was over for him. They overpaid him. The Browns got robbed, and Deshaun Watson ain't come to play. Deshaun Watson literally threw for 289 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and he threw a deep ball to what's the dude that used to play for the Cowboys? Cooper. He threw a 49-yard bomb to him, and that's the difference between some of these quarterbacks. We talking about who actually got an arm. Of course, I hate on Justin Herbert, but he do got a cannon. And for some black quarterbacks that people don't be wanting to give credit to, then be acting like they can't throw. When a nigga throw that, but he threw that, and that was a beautiful cannon. I'm gonna tell you who else got a cannon on them that nobody don't talk about outside of Jordan Love and what's my man that played Geno Smith? Oh, Geno Smith be letting that go. Oh my god. Geno Smith be putting it dead, but he don't get no credit because it's like, of course, he got decaf and they just got a good offense. He got a lot of good offensive weapons, but it's just like, no, he's just over there balling and nobody ain't even talking about them. You ain't gonna talk about Seattle until it's time for them to play one of them big teams.
They talked about them last year. I mean,
yeah, last year because it came out of the blue, and then of course just so we can get out of this sports. The Bills beat the Commanders 37-3. Let's be clear. Sometimes I be thinking y'all don't forget that Stephon Diggs is from the DMV. But every time the Bills play the Redskins, though, they smash them.
And you Redskins fans, you see a lot of y'all empty yesterday. I see a lot of Bills Mafia in that crowd. That shit.
Yeah, Bills Mafia different. But when we talk about hashtags, when I was talking about hashtags, I can't remember when, but when I was talking about hashtags, we didn't even cut the mics on yet when I was telling you about the Taylor Swift hashtags. So get on social media and you got to look at it. Some things that you think is big, just put in a hashtag and look at how many people view. Like it's easy to do it on TikTok. Oh, that Bills Mafia joint like in 1 billion. There ain't no football teams fan. We talking about this is a fan base. It's hashtag Bills Mafia. That joint had like 1 billion on it. Everybody don't got that. That fan base is different, dog. The Colts beat the Ravens 22-19 and went into overtime. And I ain't gonna lie, that was a low. That was a low one for the Ravens because their rookie quarterback ain't even play. Like, you're not supposed to lose that game. But I don't like the way the Ravens play in the rain. Is just, it ain't a good look for them, though. Them in the rain don't do justice. The Patriots beat the Jets 15-10. The Panthers lost to the Seahawks 37-27. And the Bears Chiefs, the Chiefs showed out 41.
You ain't see the upset of the day.
41-10. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The Cowboys. So crazy, but because and that score was 28-10. And it was so crazy because it was like, I literally, when we talking about betting, I was like, dog, something tell me. Because it was what I was about to do. And I had to remind myself, you said it on wax, you bet not bet with Justin Fields. Because I was supposed to take a parlay. I was just going to be like, I'm going to put $2 or $5 down real quick. No, I didn't do it. But then, so when I didn't do it, I just left the Arizona joint alone. But I should have just bet with Arizona because they was the underdogs anyway. Oh, I would have got paid. I could have took $5.
You definitely won that.
I could have put $5 and probably got like 50. So shout out to the Arizona Cardinals, the Cowboys fans. So funny because especially when the Redskins, of course, how Cowboys and Redskins fans is. The Redskins get their boot smoked. Cowboys fans ready to talk crazy. And then you end up losing Arizona, and the Redskins beat Arizona.
Quiet this morning and work for y'all, I'm sure.
Yeah. And then the last one was Steelers and Raiders. The Steelers won 23-18, and right now the Eagles and the Broncos are playing live. And this is the battle of the 2-0s. Of course, the Eagles 2-0 is different from the Buccaneers 2-0, and the Eagles is up 25-11. And right now the Rams it's a tie game. The Rams and the Bengals 6-6. Yeah. No, that's right. We can get into Travis Kelce. Let's get into Travis Kelce in a little bit. Let's kind of just switch gears real quick. Talk about something a little bit different. Let me take a pause for the calls though, because I need to take a whiz kid. Let that jaw load up.
My chair is as well.
Wow. You ready?
Sit down and have a conversation to tell her that something that happened outside the relationship. Because you think about what you're going to say, and you also think about how he's going to react. Yeah, I think about all. But also, one, the whole situation is scary. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. But you know that this, you know it's going on. You know it's going on. But you've been building a relationship with him. Right? Yeah. And no matter what people say on the outside or what people want to do, also, you got to sit with you. You got to sit with this person. And I had to. I had to sit with my wife. So, you know, like, having this. You told me before we came up. Yeah. Because I don't know any way that she's done with you. That lady comes up and you have a conversation with her. And listen, I couldn't have that.
All right, so for people who don't know what that was, and you know, so crazy when I seen the clip because Shannon Sharp originally put that clip out again, and you know, it's so funny. Just real quick before, just a sidebar, no, but it's on topic. When I see certain clips get picked up, it be just like, oh, y'all be so lazy. Like some of these clips and all these interviews be so old, and people just mysteriously like, if one blog pick it up, all of them pick it up. So, and that's why I asked you before we were recording. I'm like, oh, did Shannon Sharp and D-Wade do another interview together? But Shannon Sharp re-put it up, of course, because I mean, he trying to, get his attraction and get it put because he feel like, hey, that clip may went under the radar. It may, pick up more steam, which it did. Everybody picked it up. And shout out to Shannon Sharp. I don't know who his publicist is, but though he be having these especially for a sports blogger. Though he be getting picked up on every major black platform every time he sit down with somebody. So for even him to repurpose that clip and then every blog to pick it up.
I mean, he is still a household name, and I feel like.
But just think about how many other people like those, all the smoke and who. Think about how many other sports pod they don't get picked up by the shade room and all them. Not like Shannon Sharp do.
Because you got to think about it. I think it's just all on your perception. I think because like even with all the smoke. A lot of this stuff not going to get picked up because they still smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think about it. It's still your brand, Your
branding,
you everything you can.
And then it's probably even, well, I can't even say who they talk to because they probably talk to a lot of the same people that Shannon Sharp do, but it's just, his Jones just, I don't know, he's just different.
Yeah, because I like I said, I think it's just on branding wise. It's like, all right, we know.
For sure, and you're gonna, and they gonna always people gonna take. So people see Shannon Sharp interviewing somebody, you kind of at this point know the quality of what he gonna do. But I guess for people who don't know what that clip was, it was Shannon Sharp and D-Wade, and Shannon Sharp basically asked him, what was harder? Was it harder losing the NBA Finals or telling your girlfriend at the time, Gabrielle Union, did you had a break baby? And the crazy thing is, shout out to D-Wade. He pick and choose what parts of his life he wants to keep public and private. Because I be forgetting to even add another kid, or he don't have custody of that kid.
You can see it. You mean? Oh, he don't have like how he got the other one? No.
Yeah, but he can't have full.
No, he don't know. He don't have no. But the kid's been around.
But like I said, shout out to him because he pick and choose. If that clip, I almost would forgot he even had a kid on her, and I don't know if he do that with if that's on purpose or maybe whoever he had the kid with, maybe she just not into like keep my kid out of the public, situation, whatever case may be. I respect you. You just respect me not putting my kid all up on and down in the blogs or whatever. Because some people don't want to deal with that, like all that extra stuff and the extra comments and whatever the case may be.
And that's why I say I feel like just sometimes in this day and age. What do we really want? You want people in your business, or do you? You know what I'm saying? Like, just certain stuff we're just too privileged to have it. It's just some certain things we get too privileged to have, and we, everybody, this, such and such. Like I said, but you don't really know the truth. You're just going off of what somebody said.
Do you?
Because even if not to go back, or even that Tiana Taylor situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest with it, right? Marshall might just be a good look for her. What if she really not, she plays for the other team. But I want you to
because I think in 2023 playing for the other team
it's not it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody.
It's more beneficial though. If we talking about commercial wise and all that,
it is more beneficial. It is more beneficial, but then I think sometimes people been living their life for a certain image or a certain way.
But you can't say that with her because for so many years people always thought she was a lesbian.
Thought she would, but I'm just saying we never seen her with. So why? I don't want to come out. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I'm good with this, this look.
I don't know. I disagree. For her, I disagree. I hear what you're saying, but I disagree. For her, I think that for her would do numbers for her brand.
Were they married?
Yeah, they married. They still married. They ain't filed for no divorce. Right. She said they just separated.
Yeah, so
even just because we were talking about Brandon Jennings earlier, that was her first. Like she lost her virginity to Brandon Jennings.
Really?
Yeah, that was her first. But that's my point with how some people can keep certain things private. Most people might not even have known that. Don't even know they even dated because it wasn't a bunch of pictures with them or nothing. But I just listened because I listened to a bunch of interviews. I remember her talking about it. But again, just I guess my question was, I was trying to think, how could I take a break baby? Like I don't know. I don't necessarily know if.
What you mean? How can you take a break baby? You're not going to take a break baby.
No, you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying let's say if I was dealing with a girl, me and her stopped talking, and then she ended up having a break baby. Like she just went and boom, her the next.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
What do you mean? What's the difference?
What? You taking a break and you getting a girl pregnant. She's getting pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she let somebody.
Yeah.
Not in her, right? You about to compare
What's
You
the
as a guy,
difference?
hold up. You as a guy,
Mhm.
what you about to say? I get why you say you can't take a break, baby. Because yes, you let somebody from,
But it depends. It depends. If the break is my fault,
and you're going to just take ownership of this child.
I don't know about take ownership because I don't know if Gabrielle Union took ownership. What you mean? They went and had another kid.
But I'm talking about you as a guy. Because she's pregnant. She has to have this baby with her.
For sure.
That baby can't go away. The baby's going to be with her.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's different when it's a guy.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just still saying the response though. How do you feel like the response is supposed to be different too? Just because the
response can be different. I fucked up. I slipped up. Right. We was on a break. I didn't have a compliment. I was drunk.
Mm-hmm. So you saying that responsibility for women is different from the man slipping up?
You as a guy for girl
because
how can you
because it could be listen to what I'm saying, the same way for the dude. Like let's just say this was just a one night stand. It's two people listen what you say. I get what you listen. I know whole Marcus what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. You're trying to make it like it's easier for a dude, but you're that same way that dude. Let's say the dude slip up. He could have slipped up, but it's just with the girl you dealing with now. She could have had a one night stand and the dude they went raw. She slipped up and boom, she don't believe in abortions. Like all right, boom, now
right, and you let a nigga go raw.
What's the difference between if you did it?
It's a big difference.
I know.
Listen,
go ahead.
It's a big difference. That's what I'm saying. That it's a big difference of oh damn, yeah, I was drunk. She just sounded like boom. All right, cool. But you let a nigga insert his penis in you raw and come inside you, and then you didn't say, "Oh, I should." So what? This be wrong. That's what. No, this is what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying because she has the final decision, so you basically you was okay with keeping it.
Even if it was me, oh damn, I slipped up. Oh, I was about to pull out. She pulled me back in. You know what I'm saying? Like you had, but for a female, oh nah, I'm not fucking you unless you got it on. You have that say so, right?
Yeah, of course.
So that's why I'm saying it's a big difference between the guy and the girl. Because if she tell you to put that rubber on, you will put that rubber on. Now, rather you pull it off, you know.
I mean, you okay? When you say like that, you're right. You're right. But I do think, of course, realistically, those I'm sure is women like, oh, that's the double standards, and you're right. It is a double standard. Yeah, it's different. I get it. I hear what you're saying, and we don't have to, and we ain't got to drag it out because it is a difference. It is a double standard. Just a real quick sidebar. What matter of fact, why were we talking about kids and break babies? Tim's didn't confirm or deny if she's pregnant. I guess people are judging about the outfit she wearing, but she did deny. She said y'all all are very delusional if you think that she got a baby by Future or Drake. She didn't.
Hey. I don't know what fucking voodoo or this nigga Future got y'all trans in. If that shit is true, like this shit wild shit.
Oh no! If Tim's got a baby by Future, she's crazy. But that's what I'm saying. So eventually, but that's what I'm saying. You're absolutely right. If she denied it, she said y'all are delusional. But the crazy thing is because of course it's social media. So some people on Twitter were saying, "Oh, what if that's Drake baby or what if it's Future baby?" She said y'all delusional, y'all tripping. But I'm with you though. Let's just say hypothetically, if it was, now it's like, dog, who you can't keep blaming him. Because this would be like baby mom's number 8.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Like his track record at this point in day and time, like it's clear. Like for Sierra, it's a little bit different because social media wasn't as big when Sierra and Future first got together, so you can kind of give Sierra a pass. But if you talking about women this far down in his career, and especially after at least a strong 7 years of all his baby mama drama playing on in the shade room and all that, if you pick and choose to let him put a baby in you now, you're insane.
Yeah, man. The same with Nick Cannon. I feel like yes, that was all during pandemic, whatever. Whoop locked up, you know, all that. But now if somebody comes out later on now and have a baby with him, oh, you was in for you wanted something out of this situation. That's what I'm looking at. Now Future on the other hand, he ain't got Nick Cannon money, so
no, I think you got Future screwed up.
Screwed up.
Yeah, I think he just sold his catalog for 70 M's.
What I got him screwed up for?
You think Nick Cannon got more money than Future?
Hell yeah.
I'm okay. I'm glad you say that because we could throw out these numbers real quick. NBA YoungBoy just said he was doing features for a discount at $200,000 last week. 200,000 for an NBA YoungBoy feature. If NBA YoungBoy won 200,000, how much you think Future won?
How many shows you seen Nick Cannon on TV?
I don't care.
What you mean? He's getting paid for it. He ain't doing it for free.
Future going tour. How much you think he won a show? A ticket. I promise you, Future, when Future does shows, he won at least $1 million. What? Go ahead.
I mean, so you saying his net worth is more than Nick Cannon's? I mean,
I'm saying they in the same ballpark. They ain't far from each other. Which one you Googling right now? So I can Google that one. We can speed this process up. What you looking at? Nick Cannon?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll do Future. Future net worth. Future.
What are they saying right now? January 20 million.
Who?
Nick Cannon.
Hey, ask me how much is Future.
How much is Future?
50 M's, buddy. And you gotta think about this, probably off because he just sold his catalog for 70. That's why Marcus, this one I told you.
If that is no shout out to him.
You got free bad Future chopped and screwed, buddy.
Shout out to him. I ain't.
Nigga, Future is a top 5 rapper of this generation, of this deck of the last 10 years. Come on, dog. Like, I hear you. All them TV shows here, cool, but they ain't Future, dog. You're tripping. You got Future effed up. You are bugging. I don't know who you think Future is, or you ain't checking them numbers he put up on the board. It's different, dog. This ain't Lil Durk. This ain't Lil Baby. No, this is free bad gang. Stop.
Run that back.
You
run that back.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. This don't say.
Oh, but I think because what you forgetting is you forgot even that year in Golden State when KD was playing with the Warriors. But don't that every very big rings. He on that. That's he on that song. That champion when everybody was winning the championship was at 2016 when all them teams was winning championships for the Super Bowl and the NBA. They was playing really big rings. He on that dog. They licensed in them songs. Like I think you have Future screwed up. Like maybe you just not familiar with his catalog, but though his catalog is ridiculous. And like I said, he literally just sold his junk for $70 million.
Shout out to Future.
Yeah, but shout out to Future. Why we talking about money? Oh, and because we was talking about Tim's. I meant to shout out to Asia Wilson. She won back-to-back defensive player of the year. They haven't said who was the MVP yet, but I think and one of their players got what they call it sixth player. It's instead of the sixth man of the year. It's a sixth player. Like I should have still called it sixth man. I get it, it's the WNBA, but I mean I get it, but just like all right, nigga. What was it? I wanted to get into some regular news real quick. The IRS is issuing a 600. The IRS is basically about to start taxing people who are reselling these tickets. So for all these people who keep buying tickets and trying to get over on people, and you're trying to up the price. So if you made over $600 in selling tickets, you will have to pay taxes on that money now. So shout out to the IRS for hopefully that will slow down the up prices on ticket sales, especially for concerts.
Man, fuck the IRS because you ain't getting Ticketmaster for taxes for all that bullshit. So fuck you.
Well, Ticketmaster's gonna be a part of that too, though.
When?
I don't feel like looking for the Joe Biden clip.
So maybe Ticketmaster might be taking.
No, because
trying to charge you more for you to sell your ticket. So Ticketmaster might charge an extra fee to try to cover their ass.
I'm sure, but when Joe Biden announced that in his speech, he said Ticketmaster in it. Yeah. So he was talking about just the upcharge on ticket prices in general. Yeah, all the extra fees and all that. So that is in there. But still, for the people who are doing the resales, if you have made over $600, you will have to pay taxes on that money as well. So I'm sure he gonna do whatever with Ticketmaster, but for them people who still, you can't just be just Ticketmaster gotta take the L. No, you people who reselling it, even if you reselling it somewhere else, and most of the time you got to do it on the website. No, you're gonna start paying for it. I mean, yeah, you can, but how many people gonna do that in 2023? All people lazy as hell. People don't even want to go walk into the grocery store.
You don't want the IRS looking in your shit. Hand in hand with your shit.
Yeah, well, you can either go hand in hand, or guess what? You just not, nigga. Find you a new hustle. You gonna pay taxes on these tickets, or you go get you a new hustle, buddy.
Fuck that shit. I bought them tickets. I'm gonna sell them shit on my own. You cash app me, or you send it
But how people gonna find you? I hear what you're saying,
Yeah.
but you gotta think about it. For people who do it on SeatGeek or whatever
That's why I
website
say,
you use, for them it's just way easier
That's
because
why
I can just go on SeatGeek and be like, boom, all right, here it go.
And that's why I think Ticketmaster is going to charge you a price. So say if I'm trying to resell the tickets, Ticketmaster is going to charge you. So let's say you got a ticket. Say you got the ticket for next whatever the next Commanders game,
Mm-hmm.
and say it was $150. So I want to sell it for whatever. I might charge you a fee for you to, you know what I'm saying, for that transfer or whatever the case may be. That's why I say Ticketmaster, they gonna try to cover their asses too.
I mean, like I said, I don't know the exact details behind it, but I'm just telling you what's the takeaways they got on it right now as we speak. Shout out to Quavo because that's why we're talking about Lil's. Quavo went to the White House and they were doing something for basically like almost like gun reform, but they basically, of course, rest in peace to Takeoff. So he basically was just, speaking on how the gun violence is affecting him. And so again, with social media in the comment section, bro, people so hateful was like, don't just go up there to the White House, will change the context of your music. And again, I said this even since the day one when Takeoff passed away. Oh, I don't know, but I don't think there's a person in the world, if you actually listen to the Migos music, you feel like the Migos promote violence. Or even on some super drug. Like that's not, I don't get that from them. Even still their biggest songs, like when people talk about gun, I'm like, dog, his biggest songs is about clothes. And he might even be the more too extreme to the left than even the Migos, but it's just like, nobody listened to them for that. So I don't take it as that. So when people were saying that in the comment, I'm like, bro, people just be so hateful like that. That would be weird to me. And that is also super corny. But like I said, why we kind of talking about like politics and stuff like that. Ron DeSantis says if he is elected for president, he's going to take gas prices back down to $2 a gallon. And he was just like, we need to start using our resources. So I'm sure he's talking about the gas, like the gas that they already got backed up. Basically, because, Joe Biden was trying to use it, as an excuse. But he even did it. He even took down when he took off the taxes on the gas at one point in time. I forgot what was that, like sometime last year or early this year, and he took down the taxes. But basically he was just like, the prices of gas is because people being greedy, and realistically because the president can't control it, even just when it comes to the taxes or how much they selling the gas for, where he was just like, dog, when you hear stuff like that, let's be clear, for the average person, especially if you go to the gas pump multiple times a week, that'll make you think twice about who you'll vote for.
Like, you really pay attention to gas prices? You gonna get gas, you gotta get gas.
No, I hear what you're saying, but let's say if he run his campaign on $2 of gas, and that's all you remember. Every time I think of Ron DeSantis, I'm like, oh damn, he said $2. And unless he say some outlandish stuff that you completely hate and you can't stand, I'm telling you, somebody, I'm gonna think twice about giving him my vote.
I hear your ad dog, but I hear you. But then at the end of the day, it's like, all right, to vote you in, then damn, gas price don't never go down. It's still the same.
I mean, well, guess what? That's the same thing happened to people who voted for Joe Biden and thought that their student loans was going to go away. They didn't. So I mean, it's a part of politics. They're going to sell you a dream regardless. Last little thing about this, I guess, money and politics thing. 67% of people making $50,000 to $100,000 per year are currently living paycheck to paycheck, according to Bankrate. I don't necessarily know how true or untrue it is, but I do believe very true. Yeah, for sure. And that's what I'm about to say. And I think that's even just if you kind of even want to tie that into dating, why so many men may get frustrated with the money conversations, and when we're talking about just the Tyler Perry situations or whatever the case may be, and why those topics hit so differently, and people kind of get so frustrated with it because you don't want to have honest conversations like, okay, well, here go the status right here. These whatever surveys they running or how they getting this data back, it is what it is. And I think realistically, I think I talked about this with Love Jack. I think for most men, of course, your ego plays where you don't want to be honest with where your financials, especially if it's somebody I'm just meeting off the street. Like, I don't know this woman for real. I don't feel like I even need to have these type of deep conversations with her. And just to protect my own insecurities or my own ego, I don't want to have that conversation that, oh yeah, my pockets may be tapped a little bit. I may really love this woman, may really think whatever the case may be about her, but just financially, I ain't got it like that.
Well, my only question is,
and I could be making good money. I could be making $100,000 a year, and that me realistically, if I don't want to live in the hood,
but it isn't all for the image to you.
No, it could just maybe where I choose to live at. It was so crazy. I was literally just having this conversation yesterday. We were talking about raising kids and how people can sit here. I think we was talking about Alexandria. And I meant to talk about this last week. Alexandria thinking about doing something where they're giving everybody who live in Alexandria an extra $700 a month. But we were talking about Alexandria, how at one point in time in America, that was like ranked like one of the best areas to live in. So just with that being said, think about people who sit here and be like, okay, boom, I make this amount of money. I end up moving there. But especially for most black people, I want to get out of the hood as soon as I can afford to move somewhere else. I do. But let's say if I move out of the hood, it costs me to work a lot more. And when he was talking about that with kids, where it was like some people can financially afford to live in a neighborhood, but I may have to work a little bit more. So that takes away from how good of a parent I may be. I may live in a better area, but I'm not in the house as much to be a full-time parent because I'm working to provide my kids who live in a better area, which allows them to go to a better school. So it's not an image. I'm not trying to keep up no image. No, I'm just trying to put my kids in a better environment. So I'm not talking about the person who make a certain amount of money and my money may be tapped because I'm trying to drive a Benz or BMW. I'm talking about somebody who literally your money may be short a little bit because you just want to provide a better living situation for your kids, or not even just for your kids. You could be single. I just don't want to live in a neighborhood where I got to listen to gunshots every night. Well, I got to worry about if I have company over, somebody breaking into their car, or the parking situation is too tight. You got to park on the street. People move for different reasons. Because I know for a fact that was one of the reasons why I moved out of Suitland, because of the parking area. Yes, that apartment complex was cool. It was affordable, but we talking about parking. You having company off the late night.
I feel like now, no matter where you go, that ain't no parking situation unless you got a goddamn garage. I feel like no parking situation is good.
But so let's say if I agree with what you're saying, but if I live in a better area, people are more comfortable with parking farther away from your building or your apartment or your townhouse complex, because you live in a better area, quote unquote a better area. I'm okay with walking at nighttime to your house. I'm okay with parking my car. I'm not thinking twice if you live somewhere in a better area. You live somewhere in Annapolis, in a good part of Annapolis. Oh, I'm cool with parking my car wherever the case may be, because I'm not worrying about somebody breaking into it because you don't live in a hood. Where if you live in a known hood, where this is literally a hood, this neighborhood gets stamped in go-go zones. Nigga, I don't want to park fucking 4 blocks away from a building. No. Like that, and that's just, and to be honest, that's just, we talking about adult, and that's a part of adult. And some people pick and choose where they live at. And of course, if I'm a woman, women may not care. Like, oh yeah, I can live in the hood. I don't care. I'm not the one walking to. I got a parking spot in front of my building, but if I got a dude come over, well, he just better tough it up. And for some dudes, it may end up. We talked about this a long time ago. It was me, you, and Bella. We like, no, it's some neighborhoods I'm just not going to get no chicks. I'm cool. So I mean, you just live. If you geeking that hard, I'm not geeking that hard. I'm sorry, I'm cool. Like, it's not that deep. I ain't geeking for some cheeks to just be like, hell no, dog. What?
Come on, like you.
I mean, I guess. Real quick, I guess while we talked about the Cowboys, I forgot to sit here and Trayvon Diggs, he tore his ACL, so he probably gonna be out.
NFL, figure this shit out.
Yeah, them ACLs, I feel like damn near it's like almost a different ACL injury every goddamn other day. With the end, we talked about that. Let that load up. Yeah, let that load up real quick. Let me take a piss break. Hang on, the witch is gone. Dun, 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 dun. Let me get these topics together. That's what I'm All right, let's get right to it. The biggest story right now, and I guess pop culture and white America, is Taylor Swift dating Travis Kelce. And of course, it got endless black females in a frenzy right now. A lot of women got their panties in a bunch because they love Travis Kelce. I know so many women who are, fake Kansas City Chiefs fans. You watch Kansas City. Oh, I'm only watching it. I remember the Super Bowl. I'm only watching it because of Travis Kelce. They all love Travis Kelce, but Travis Kelce hit the breathe and stop on y'all. And let's be clear, I'm not mad at Travis Kelce for the switch. One, I appreciate Travis Kelce for the switch up because I just always love when it's like that la la land that people live in when we even talk about the Tyler Perry situation and you act like, oh, I'm going to get an athlete, this and the third. Okay, cool. But Travis Kelce was probably tired the last time he was dating a black female. Of course, it led to the blogs and he was on social media. And because I think the rumors came out, the reason why they was off and on, I think they said for like 5 years. And the rumors came out, the reason why they broke up because she said Travis Kelce was cheap. He made millions of dollars, but he still wanted to eat at cheap restaurants. He wasn't into going to just all these fine dining places and just wasting money, like how most professional athletes do.
Value myself.
So he was cool on it. Don't get me wrong. He went on the Pivot podcast and he said, oh, yeah, that's not true. I ain't cheap, but he just not James Harden. When we had that conversation earlier, James Harden, and I think sometimes because people see athletes, all athletes, the same way women and men don't want to be put in a genre, all athletes ain't going to spend their money the same. Everybody don't believe in just blowing money for no reason. And as you can, if you ever seen clips of Travis Kelce and his brother doing their podcast, his brother is a white boy, a real live, and you can tell he ain't blowing no bread. He don't care about nothing. And if y'all haven't seen the clips of Travis Kelce's mom in the suite sitting next to Taylor Swift watching the game, you can tell that Travis Kelce's mom is super happy that she's dating Travis Kelce and now dating whatever that young lady name was. Matter of fact, what's his ex name?
Who the fuck cares?
Kayla Nicole. Sorry, Kayla Nicole. You ain't Taylor Swift. You ain't got 1 billion something followers. You ain't got the Swifties with you. It's different, dog. And remember last week when I asked you, do you think it's a different level of pressure when these celebrities come to the game? And you was like, nah, it don't matter. Well, Patrick Mahomes, probably arguably one of the greatest quarterbacks of all times, said, I'm not going to lie. Having Taylor Swift in the building, and he was probably saying it jokingly, but he meant it. I needed to get my man in the end zone because the Swifties was going to be on my neck if I didn't.
That's a good run right there. Your girl with fans, I want you to show up.
I mean, of course, Travis Kelce, regardless, is his number one weaponry, so he gonna throw him the rock, period. But I still really I think sometimes we act because if I'm a millionaire, social media don't hit me the same. I can only if Travis Kelce had a horrible game and the Bears came in there and smoked the Chiefs.
Yeah, cool.
That's what the Chiefs fans would have been saying,
right? Because they're fans.
But
and a lot of fans go by traditions and superstition. So if she came in
and we got smoked by the Bears, or it went crazy.
Don't bring her ass back. Yeah, I got that. That pressure is different from that culture pressure. Yeah,
no, for sure. But like I said, it was just to me, I was just happy, and I was looking at it, and the people would just say he been sitting here saying him shaving his beard, like it was just it let you know that he was like, I'm cool. This is what you black women into. Let me cut it off. Now he looked like a Lieutenant Dan. He looked crazy. That mustache, him and that bow cut, that mustache looks nuts.
I think he do that trolling. I don't think that had nothing to do with it because he did that before all this even came.
No. I'm saying he did it before the Taylor Swift thing, but that don't mean he mentally already wasn't checked out on dating black women. If he got a social media, him and his brother be on social media.
You said
black women was into the bid because it looked like he looked like he could be black. When his brother, you can see it clear as day. He's white. His mom is white. His brother is white. He's white. Yeah, but he got a white boy beard. Like Travis Kelce had his joke. Like he go to a barbershop with niggas being there arguing about Jordan and LeBron. He don't go in there like, Justin Timberlake's barber. Nah, it's a difference. But again, shout out to Travis Kelce for just breaking hearts of Black America. I appreciate you, Travis Kelce. I appreciate you for just Oh, what's that Kanye joke? I'm gonna get on and I'm gonna leave for a white girl. I appreciate Travis Kelce.
You ain't break nobody heart. You had a shot.
Huh? You don't got you don't got Twitter?
I seen her, but that's what I'm saying. But who else you thought had a chance with Travis Kelce?
No disrespect to her, but she kind of like she's beautiful, but she regular compared to some of the other what you talking about what athletes date. She's wild regular, so I'm sure other women felt like they had a chance with Travis Kelce.
Where you saying Travis Kelce at?
I mean, I don't know where he parlay at or where he get his stuff on, but
you didn't have a chance. Sure.
When they was in her comment section, they was cooking her.
Cooking who?
Of course.
You fumbled the ball.
And they was in there, oh, look at the upgrade. How a man finally got an upgrade. And you got to think about most half of men, you don't have a blatant upgrade like that.
And any of you delusional ass women out there that said Taylor Swift is not an upgrade.
But so you saw that. So you're proving my point there. If it's women out here that sit here acting like Taylor Swift ain't an upgrade from that regular girl that nobody knows or cares about. I'm gonna tell you how much I don't care. I forgot I even did a video on it before, but when stories started to break, some like on Instagram and TikTok, those old videos, like people just started just seeing people randomly like it. And I'm like, oh, I talked about this before. I don't know who that woman is and don't even care who she is. But people found her and people was trolling her in the comment. The Swifties was in there. And don't get me wrong, some women was like, oh, we're not gonna pin two women together. I'm against each other. Don't do that. Whatever the case may be. Blah, blah, blah. Shoot her some bail. Yeah, all right, whatever. You fumbled the bag.
Oopsie.
You fumbled that rock. I'm sorry. And then again, of course, for the men who listening, the Kansas City put on the show. That was the best game of the year. You can't use it as a judge because they playing the Bears, but they smoked them. That was their best game of the season. Taylor Swift was looking sweet. She was in the suite going crazy with Mom Dukes, and let's go. Let's like that. It's just though, and it's just so funny because, and then of course we was in the group chat with our younger brother, and he was just getting up frustrated, like, come on, y'all ain't about to force this relationship like we supposed to care. I'm like, dog, you're not white. This ain't for you. They ain't forcing nothing. This is a big deal in their community, and it's such a big deal. No, Bill Belichick don't talk about nothing. For him to even be like, oh, Travis Kelce that had some big catches in his life, but this is his biggest catch in his life. No, Taylor, like I get it. Listen to what I'm saying. If you're black and you're like super on your black nigga shit like me, you probably don't know. I don't know not one Taylor Swift song, but I guess what, I ain't dumb. And when I was even making the video, I searched them hashtags. I know she really liked that. I know for a fact it was only when people was doing them American tours. It's only her and Beyonce and Ed Sheeran that sold out that Met. Like they was battling for like they was cutting it by a thread on like, oh, Ed Sheeran did 84,000 and Taylor did 83 point whatever. Like, bro, them numbers is 80,000 people is a different ball game, my brothers and sisters. So for all of y'all who don't think it's an upgrade, just do your homework. Taylor Swift really like that. Yeah, like how you feel about Beyonce if you just on your super black power shit, that's Taylor Swift for that. For the team, for y'all for the shade room, is Beyonce. For the TMZ people, is Taylor Swift. Yeah, stop that hate. Moneybagg Yo got called out for. If you didn't see, Moneybagg Yo had his birthday and he made a video with all this money on the table and he was talking crazy about like I'm gonna keep the hundreds on it, whatever. It was like I'm gonna keep these ones out. I'm gonna put the rest back in the bank. And the bank teller, of course, that worked there. She on social media. And she made a post about it. And it was like, dog, this was ridiculous. Because he come at the end of the night, pull all this money out, and then come back the very next morning, and we got to put all this money back in and count it by hand. And I think he probably was like a couple $1 million or something he pulled out. Like she was sick. Like she was pissed. Like, dog, you just so inconsiderate. Like, and you just did all this for an Instagram video. No, I know, bull, but just imagine if you don't. You gotta think about.
Bill said it best.
You gotta think about if you about to get ready to get off of work and you thinking your shift about to be over and this come and withdraw this money, or put all this money back in his account. Yeah, it come up missing, or you just or it was off count and you say it was this and it wasn't that, or it was too much or whatever. You gonna lose your job, so you got to do it. You especially, and I'm sure they got good benefits and all that other stuff. So it just. Yeah, that one was different. But Moneybagg Yo, you was I can't even be mad at him, but it's just weird.
Hell yeah, because what the point are you doing it?
But again, it's just because it's one, it's nigga shit, and then two, it's one of those things where it's like,
did they get your papers?
no, it's just like I think the sad thing is because we put so much stock on things, like you want to always look like you're doing more than whatever you're actually doing, or look like, oh, I'm always up. And I think realistically, and we can even tie it's just a bad look, but we could tie this conversation in to where it was. Of course, the Remy Ma thing came up and people was making a big deal like, oh, Papoose, she, you know what I'm saying, whatever the case may be. And people was, of course, niggas being niggas, tying it into money. So people was like, oh, I can't believe you sitting here, you leaving Papoose. And so, you know, battle rappers felt some type of way because they basically saying you left Papoose, which realistically, Papoose ain't no super successful rapper, but people made it about the bread. It was like, you just left him for just a battle rapper. So battle rappers took offense to it.
That's why Hitman, whatever.
Yeah, posted up his thing. So Hitman posted battle rapper. So one, it was a battle rapper. Matter of fact, let me read this verbatim. Who was this gentleman? Calico. So Calico made a post and said, imagine thinking battle rappers don't make more show money than some of your favorite rappers. Imagine not knowing Easy the Block Captain, and that's the dude who's allegedly supposedly cheated with Remy Ma. Make more for 9 minutes of rapping than Key Glock get paid for 50 million a show. Imagine thinking real rappers got some money. So I don't know how Key Glock caught astray in that one. But I'm like, maybe you just ain't do your research on Key Glock, or what. I don't know what you think Key Glock get for a show, but I know for a fact Easy the Block Captain ain't making more than. And even let's just say if he did, let's just say if both of them get 50,000 a joint. Let's say Easy the Block Captain get 50,000 a battle, right? Or shit, let's even say he get 100,000 a battle. So let's say it was a 9-minute battle, he got 100,000, and let's just say Key Glock get 40,000 a show. How many shows you think Key Glock gonna do in a week, and how many battles are you gonna do? So, okay, you did that one battle, and let's be real, most battle rappers don't do more than, 12 battles a year? If that, and the 12 is a lot, because most of them only do like 6. Yeah, because you can't do it every week. You can't just do one every weekend, because you got to take time to prepare for this person. You got to remember these 9-minute.
But you're not fighting, so I mean, if you freestyle, right?
Yeah, you freestyling, but it got to hit, so you got to do your homework on a person.
You might not get the made a payday, but you probably battle. Because you still got like the locals, you still got other little stuff. Yeah,
but it don't work like that. So, but you got to think about, okay, I'm gonna tell you why it don't work. It's just like the festival thing. So if you get paid one time for, and that's what people like, let's just say when Rowdy Rich went on Joe Budden Joe, and he got paid $500,000 for a Rolling Loud before, and then he trying to make it like he get $500,000 a show. Yeah, you get $500,000 for a Rolling Loud show, but you're not about to get $500,000 every time you do a show, because every day ain't a festival. Right. So yeah, if I'm used to getting $100,000 every battle,
So let's say Remy's league might pay that money, but then the other league might pay.
Yeah, because let's say the biggest league is Smack. So let's just say Smack is the biggest, but number wise and audience wise, and of course even name, but everybody knows Smack. If you of a certain age, you at least seen a Smack DVD before. You seen J Mills and more Mook battle outside. If you of a certain age, like that MySpace when YouTube first became YouTube, you seen that video before. So my only thing of it is. Let's just say they got 100,000, but if I got a smaller battle league and my numbers ain't nowhere near Smack's, I can't afford to give you 100,000.
Right.
So yeah, you may get 100,000 from Smack, but you can't get 100,000 from everybody because everybody not Smack. So let's say if you only can get 100,000 from Smack, but Smack spaces jumps out like main events like wrestling. It's Royal Rumble, it's Summer Jam. I mean, it's
so you might get once a month, if that.
Or once every 2 months. Gotcha. So let's say once every 2 months, that's 6 battles a year. Just so you sit here and say you make 600,000, dog. Somebody like Key Glock at 40,000, he gonna do 4 shows a week. That's 100. Let's do the math. Matter of fact, let's say make the number easy because I can do this math easier. Let's say if it's 30,000, he do 4 shows. That's 120,000 a week. You only made 100,000 in 2 months. So before the month is over, he already
still might do small shit in there too.
Cool, you still ain't gonna make more. Your tap out is 100K for your that 9 minutes you bragging about. Already made. I just do 4 shows, and I'm at 120. But that's if that's the number. I feel like that's a stretch. I don't think there's too many battle rappers out here getting 100 racks. Maybe like 50 or 60, but 100 is kind of crazy. Like, come on, dog. Even most of them venues not even big enough to hold that many people for you to be able to get 100 on a regular? I'm not saying, I don't know, but even when Hitman Holler posted that thing with the 400,000, but I just told you when we was about to talk about the future thing, NBA YoungBoy was doing verses for 200 racks, 250 if you wanted a video. Come on. That math ain't even, so you posted like you felt like that was a flex. This nigga NBA YoungBoy on house arrest and go do 2 features. Cool. That he already beat what you felt like was a big number you flexing on. NBA YoungBoy only got to do 2 features on house arrest and still beat that number out. So that's why when people say, "Oh, you think these rappers got?" I'm like, "Who you think my favorite rapper is? You think my favorite rapper is a local rapper? What money are you comparing it to?" Because we look at what he's saying. We saying Key Glock. We ain't even go to Moneybagg Yo or Lil Baby or Lil Durk. We talking about niggas who getting $250,000 a show, and I ain't talking about a festival. We talking about regular shows. We talked about it months ago when we was talking about what Tony gave Lil Durk to do a club appearance for what, 80 bands to come in the club. He didn't even perform, just to come in the club, put him on a flyer for him to sit at a table for an hour. 80,000. So when people say that, I get it. It's a flex. If you just talking about like, of course, if we comparing Easy the Block Captain to maybe the Pat Poose, but to use Key Glock on anybody above Key Glock, are you crazy? It's not even comparable. That's laughable. And I think just sometimes I get it. I understand that most people feel like rappers not going to go with it. And it's all clickbait stuff. It's all conversation driven. We talking about it right now. But I think some people just be talking out the side of their neck. Like, all right, dog, I hear you, whatever. But just in other news, while we talking about music and we talking about numbers, and just certain times, sometimes people kind of get crazy. Charlamagne had a take on his podcast, The Brilliant Idiots, and he basically was saying that Drake put out this song with SZA on a Friday, and people didn't get in the uproar and start talking about it until a Monday. So he was basically saying like that song came and went, or that's un-Drake like people normally talk about music on the weekend. But you gotta think about it. He even saying that Drake put that song out at 12 o'clock in the middle of the day on a Friday. So you to see people lyrically break it down because people was getting mad about the lyric. What was the lyric? Something about it was an American slave or something. Whatever the case, some people was feeling some type of way about that lyric, right? And he was just saying, "Oh, that's crazy." People just talking about it on Monday, and he was basically saying the song was a flop. And then, of course, today coming that song was number 1 on Billboard this week. So his thing, so Drake felt some type of way and he started trolling Charlamagne and then started posting old clips of Charlamagne, and it was basically like, "Dog, you've been on my dick for years. Like, relax." But then it's just like sometimes to me it's like when we talk about, when I say out of touch, I think Charlamagne is so removed from what people are into. And a perfect example, when we talk about the Diddy and Rod Wave thing earlier, you relate more to Diddy because you run in these rich circles, y'all rich, but the regular working class person, again, what I was saying is Rod Wave makes more relatable music to the everyday working class person than whatever Diddy is, because people not in love how this album's supposed to be, and we more on just that. So it's just like you so removed and saying like, "Dog, I seen endless women on Friday talking about the Drake song." It don't matter how you felt about it, if you liked it or you didn't like it, people still was talking about it on Friday when it came out. If you listen to, even we talking about Joe Budden, he was recording in the middle. They stopped recording. Like, people listen to it. It don't matter how you felt about the song. Drake is still Drake. But I feel like sometimes I think when you get to a certain extent, it's like, even when you talk about the Nicki thing, I think sometimes you just got to be able to have some regular people still tapping in with you, even if you just looking out for them, but they still have to have regular everyday life, and they still have to interact with regular people, because your takes sometimes gonna be just too out of touch, and it's not even gonna make sense, and then it's gonna go viral for the wrong reason.
But I mean, are we a business? I mean, sometimes that's what we live off of. I feel like everybody's not gonna agree on the same page. Everybody's gonna have a difference. So because he spoke out to it, that's his opinion. It don't make him wrong.
No, it don't make him wrong, but it just make him out of touch.
I mean, that's fine. I wouldn't feel no way. I'm out of touch. Okay, that's cool. But
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I can kind of tie it into sports, where it's like, if you out of touch in the media space when you're talking about music or current topics, and you so out of touch where it's not relatable to your audience no more, it's almost just like being a washed up basketball player.
But just like you said, when the last time people actually turn on the radio and be like, "Oh, well, I want to listen to this song because the radio." You're going to listen to the song regardless whether who it is. So
for sure.
Because he said it, is that, I don't think that's going to change how you feel about it. That's what I'm saying. I think we hold people accountable, or you just take people's words. Oh, well, he said that. Oh, he just hating. But okay, if that's his opinion, that's cool. I feel like it ain't gonna make or break the song. Unless Drake do the, I'm gonna send bottles to Charlamagne. He do one of those numbers, and which we want him to do.
No,
That's what we want.
No,
so
of course.
So even if this was a part of his rollout or whatever the case may be to get shit spiraling, I'm cool with that. Like I just feel like we holding it. You trying to hold Charlamagne accountable for he's like the music god. I mean, he gives wild takes. That's what we go to Breakfast Club for, right?
I'm with you, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I just analyze it a little bit too much because it's like, even when it comes to sports, like, of course you can have hot takes, you can go out on a limb, and some people are into that. Like, oh, you go out on a limb, like have a real take, have some backbone on what you're saying. But and I'm cool on that. But it's still I still want my takes to be. I still want people to come to me for. It may be a hot take, but I still want it to be for a real take. And that's just like even when it comes to sports. I'm sure you pick and choose who you go to. If you ain't gonna listen to everybody, you're gonna pick and choose who you.
Let me ask you this, right? Now you criticize his takes, DJ Envy takes. What's the other dude that you listen to? Ebro or whatever. Mm-hmm. You criticize their music takes, but you still listen to them, regardless of what.
For sure. But you know what?
I don't think you go to them. Oh, well, I want to hear what they got. What's the hottest off? You feel like, okay, they're older crowd. They're not really tuning into. So, who do you go when you want to learn about the new hot music? Who do you go to? You go to academics or something like that? Right?
I probably go to academics, or realistically, I just go. I actually still take time.
Right, so that's why I say I don't think because they're on the radio and that's what they're doing. Yes, we have the luxury to listen to it on a podcast app or whatever. But if you listen to it on the radio or what they're saying, I'm like, all right, cool. That's what the radio is for you to sit here. Oh, I ain't never heard this. Oh, you to break shit down. But for you to sit here and try to hold somebody, well, yeah, you said this, I'm gonna hold you accountable for. What's the point? Then why would he have a job then? If everybody's just a yes man and be like, oh yeah, this is the best thing happening.
No. I think you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that because all I'm just sitting here saying is I still want perfect example. It's just because I agree with everything what you're saying, but even how when I didn't understand where people are, because I understand people, because I'm not rich, I'm still a regular person. I told y'all last week that Rod Wave was going to outsell Diddy double. I ain't know 100,000 more, but I told y'all that last week. You know why? Because realistically, I pay attention to people and I know what's going on in the real world. So, like, just what you say, Diddy went on everybody you just named, all them shows. He literally did an interview with every last one of them. And so you might be absolutely right. People don't care about their opinion on music no more because he went to all those platforms and that didn't help his album do no better. Quavo ain't done not near one interview. Quavo still did more than Diddy. We talked about Sleepy Hollow. I know we didn't pick up on the podcast part, so we talked about that earlier.
But that's what I say. You also got to think about Diddy album is an R&B, not rap. So not too many people going to go because even when you go into the R&B, I don't know how it is on everybody else. It's like it just say hot song. It don't say new releases. Like everything is not categorized the same way. Like with like, and that's why I give credit to like. I think it was what album was on both sides. It might have been Vertical. It was something. One of them they had it on the rap and it was on R&B. But like I said, Diddy only thing you saw Diddy was that Frenchie Montana song
on the rap side.
On the rap side. Not even the one with Fabulous in that one. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. So I think it's just because it's R&B, it was in the R&B category, not by everybody about to see and check. Because like I think we used to talk on when you was talking to Shorty and he was like, well, R&B is not, you know what I'm saying, because if you're not in a relationship. But R&B people put out music every week just like rap.
For sure.
But a lot of people don't look at it like that.
I mean, you're right. I'm not disagreeing with that part. And you might be right. The way you broke it down, you may be right. Maybe I'm just looking at their takes differently. And maybe just because I'm listening it differently. I'm listening where you're like, I'm listening to study. So I'm looking at it like, oh, I don't want to be that. Even like when we just talk about sports, where it's just like, I'm paying attention to who y'all not talking about, or I'm paying attention to how you talk about a certain player, but you don't have that same energy for somebody else. So and I guess, like I said, when I'm studying it, I'm looking at it where it's like, even when it comes to sports, oh, well, nobody ain't giving Deshaun Watson some credit. Let me make a video and give him some credit because nobody else. So that take is original to my real feelings. One, because if you actually, and I always tell people that just go out, because of course I'm not trying to be in the comment section and be like, oh, I only like black quarterbacks, because that's just doing too much on social media. But if you go to all out, so they say, hey, go to my page and just pay attention to who I'm speaking about, and I don't have to explain it to you. You'll get it, because you ain't about to see me on my page championing no goddamn white quarterback. So you can read it in between the lines. Hey, I'm gonna root for my people. And there's going to be certain ones that I'm going to root for louder than other ones. So, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's some people, maybe I'm looking too much for them to show up differently. And I maybe just as somebody who's studying the game, I just like, oh, you just kind of you're leaving entirely too much space for a different audience to be grabbed. Because now I can't come to you for good takes no more.
Did you ever go to him for good takes?
Maybe not good takes, but at least put me on to something new. You can have a bad take. Like I may like something that people are like, I don't like that. But at least you know for a fact I'm gonna talk about something new. Just even if you really like, just when we talk about podcast, just real quick, and we can get on to something different. Even if you're really into podcasting and you listen to a bunch of podcasts, I do, never hear nobody talk about black shows, or not the way we talk about them. Think about for how many people, and I say this a million times, how many people love 50 Cent or scared of 50 Cent, but I'd be like, damn, none of y'all live in New York and y'all don't talk about none of 50 Cent shows? I ain't saying you got to talk about all of them like we do, but you don't talk about not one of them?
But and that's why I think it's just, what do you hope people, just their point of view, or what do you see it? Because just like even with you, like when you talk, like how you say when Joe go to their little sleepers or whatever, you turn it off because you don't want to. But for me, I like those. Like, I get the new music add stuff to my playlist. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. I just think how you hold the vibe, or what do you really think of their choice of
other choice for sure. It's what you. It's, I guess you're absolutely right. It's how you, what you value or what you look for from somebody. I mean, you're right. I can't disagree or argue with you on that one. You're absolutely right. What else? Talking about Drake Scissor. Oh, this one was crazy. Kerry Washington found out that her real parents used a sperm donor, and basically it wasn't planning to ever tell her that they wasn't her biological parents. Like I guess they are, but they not. So I don't know if her dad's sperm was no good, but so she basically on a new TV show, and then what's the name of this show? It wasn't planning to tell her because she didn't tap into. She finally, she's on a reality show. I think it's called Your Roots, and this episode required a DNA test result. So she went and took a DNA test, and found out that her parents wasn't her parents, and they wasn't planning to tell her. I'm like, nigga, this is a woman is grown. She like in her 40s something.
Like, secret families hold or withhold from people. That shit ain't no.
Nigga, but that Marcus, that is hard. Think about though, you don't find out until you go on a TV show though in your 40s.
Right. When are you ever going to get a DNA test?
And that's what her and that's
on Black Friday they on sale every Black Friday. Them damn ancestors, whatever shit, them shits be on sale. So if you like that,
but that's what her parents felt. What the fuck was you going to get a DNA test for?
I mean, but you do have people that's curious. You have people that's curious. Oh, I want to see what I'm mixed with. Or I want to see what I'm, shit. You even said you used to be Cherokee, so
Yeah, that's wild though. I ain't gonna hold you. That's wild. Like that one. That is like, nah, dog. That's crazy for her to have to learn at that age. Like, come on. Like, that's crazy. While we talking about other crazy things, K. Michelle says the industry absolutely damaged her confidence, and she'd have had 13 surgeries now. And she
in the industry.
Yeah.
Wow. Would they paint a picture of you?
No, I think probably because you make people feel insecure about the looks. So I don't necessarily know if it's just if it's all on the industry or if it's on people who listen to who intake like you got to look a certain way, or you got to this, that, and the third, like, and make you feel like, I don't look like this person, so that's why I'm not successful. And people probably do that to you all the time, like, you're not as big as Beyonce because you don't have these legs, or you don't have this, that, and the third. So then you go chase this.
But I hope when it comes, I don't think we ever glorified a body type when it comes to singing R&B wise.
But we not in those doors neither. I don't know.
Who got a body? I don't. That's what I'm saying. When you say the industry made you do it, are you saying like just being on TV or you know what I'm saying stuff like that? You can't say your music or whatever. Like that's what I'm taking. Which one are you taking? You talking about on your looks, on how you present yourself to everybody else, or people trying to talk to you? Like that's what I'm. Maybe that's what you mean. Because
maybe I don't necessarily. I didn't
like,
watch the whole.
What's the actual look for the industry like that they trying to push off for R&B?
Okay, but maybe.
And what's your country singer now?
So okay, so I'm with you. So maybe if you talking about R&B singers, I don't. You can easily kind of disagree with it. But if you talking about like let's use rap for example, you can say people. I mean, they do it all the time.
But she's not a rapper, so that's why I'm just like, how can the industry? Look at me, Deborah Cox, Kendrick, Kelly Price.
No. I mean, you listen. What I'm saying. You're right with
endless female R&B singers that don't have a body or a face.
But do you think K Michelle sing as good as them?
She can sing, but I don't think.
Because some of the women you named them, they are like singers. Not they don't just sing, they sing.
Say K Michelle can do it.
I mean,
I don't. For you to sit here and blame the industry, you're not a model. If you was a model, like if this was Kim Kardashian saying the industry messed me up, I was trying to maintain it. I can believe it. K Michelle, what image was you trying?
I mean, I don't know because I don't know who she was comparing herself to. So maybe that's the hard part. But even just sometimes, I guess with even her personality, I don't necessarily know how she presents herself. Like when she started doing reality TV and people kind of see your personality and they feel like you're a little bit nasty, the way you know what I'm saying, you talk, the way you treat people, and then people get in your comment section and start saying stuff. That I still think that relies almost on the industry when you say industry, because it's like that comes with it comes with being famous. Being a celebrity, that is an industry. So now people in the comment section may be saying something to you. So it maybe not be personally people in the studio you're working with or people the label you signed to, but it may be the fans who make you feel some type of way. And then like I said, if you're comparing yourself to Beyonce, now you're going to check
Beyonce with Destiny Child. How she look?
Yeah, but that's not that wasn't K Michelle era. So I'm not comparing myself to that Beyonce. I'm comparing myself into mid to. Huh?
Like K Michelle was back. Keisha Coles and all that. K Michelle was in those era. That's why I'm trying to figure out what are you sitting here? What are you comparing to? K Michelle ain't just come out. K Michelle.
Yeah, I think K Michelle was like by the time Beyonce was with Jay-Z, Bootylicious Beyonce and.
Right, but even then she wasn't talking. She wasn't, That's what I'm saying.
Them legs is different. That Bootylicious video and that Dangerously in Love and all that. Yeah, you got. You could do.
I don't know what body or whatever she was trying to chase.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know because she didn't go into details with it. And of course, and she was even brought back the old stories about her and Meek Mills with the Nicki Minaj taking the song thing, and I just be like, all right, dog, relax. Like you can pack this whole ass story up. Like, I trying this shit. And that was that's when I do kind of feel for Nicki when she started talking about that Nicki hate train, because it was just like, dog, that story wasn't necessary. Like y'all only clipping this story up now because it is like Nicki name is just super clickbaity right now. So I was cool on that story. She could have kept that story to herself. I'm not even gonna hold you.
And she like get behind Beyonce. So that's why I'm just I don't get it.
Oh,
yeah, I don't get that.
Let's see. We'll take this. Hold on. What you want? A pistol or something? Just trying to run through these topics. Like, share, and subscribe. Share this with another friend. What we got going on? So we can get ready to wrap this one up. What else topics we got to get on? Jamie Foxx getting ready to rushing to get married. People are worried about that. Jeezy still having on his wedding ring. YMW Melly. Oh, these NFTs. Anthony Edwards, new sneaker. Yeah, we got a couple. Oh, we got at least a good number. Couple 30. You ready? Yeah, while we were mentioning Beyonce, shout out to Beyonce for bringing out Meg Thee Stallion in there while she was performing in Houston. And
Didn't I say that?
before when they originally went, you did say that because then we was kind of like, damn, and she performed, and we don't have nobody for Beyonce to bring out. So you did say that a couple of weeks when the tour originally came on, and we were just talking about tour dates and people that you thought that she would bring out. So yeah, shout outs to Beyonce for bringing out Meg Thee Stallion, and Meg smoked it. And you know what's so funny? And again, I guess why we kind of even glanced on Nicki, it was a video that was going viral of Meg in the studio twerking, and was basically warming up because everybody knew they already announced it that she was going to come and open up for Beyonce in Houston. And, you know, she was getting her routines together, showing off her cheeks. And then it was the video, which became a meme now, when Nicki was in the studio kicking her legs up. Bro, they was killing her with the memes. Oh, my God, they was murking Nicki with the memes on that situation. So that was going viral at the same time. And again, like I said, and I guess what tied it on and made it even bigger because Drake was performing in Houston also this week that just passed. And Drake shouted out his homegirl, Meg. So he was doing the shout out and he was like, shout outs to Meg, boom, she been holding me down for whatever the case may be. And people just in the crowd, Meg again. And he was just, after he gave her little shout out, he was like, no, not that Meg, but this Meg right here. So her friend, like the girl was in like arm's reach where he can point to her and like tell people, no, I'm talking about this one. So of course, and that was literally the day after when I said that people started picking apart that verse when he said about the American slaves. So people were saying, was that him reaching? Was that him throwing unnecessary shots at Meg Thee Stallion for no reason? Right. Or was that him realistically just shouting out his homegirl? And I said, I don't know who Drake is, what person Drake has rubbed wrong with the blog space, but it was just like I felt like people was looking for that week a reason to kind of give Drake some smoke, or you felt like that was just some shade. And it was a girl in my TikTok comments, and she was just like, stop giving this man a pass for just keep throwing shots at a woman. And I did say I don't necessarily like. Let's say if he was talking about Meg and he was just being a sassy little savage and giving her smoke for no reason. I do think some people forget Drake's connection with Jay Prince, and they, even while he was in there, I guess they got a new artist, whatever case may be, and Drake took a picture with Jay Prince and took a picture with this artist. And don't forget, Meg Thee Stallion had some words for Jay Prince when she was going back and forth with Carl Crawford, with the original label that she was signed to, her and Erica Banks, because he was back by Jay Prince. Well, not back because he was a baseball player, so he got his own bread, but Jay Prince was helping him, maneuver through the music business, and they all from Houston. So Meg did have smoke for that because I don't think it's like Drake like picking sides for Tory Lanez. I don't think him and Tory Lanez is that great of friends. They don't even got a song together. So I don't think that's where it's come from. So I'm not saying that he's not throwing shade at Meg, but I think people are thinking the shade is coming from somewhere completely different and it's not coming necessarily from a Meg Tory type of situation. It's coming from I'm holding Jay Prince down. Because let's be clear, for some people who may not remember, it was a long, of course, it was a couple of years. Drake was like the first big person who kind of co-signed Meg after Wale. Because there was a picture like when after that Wale verse, when her and Wale had that song together, and then it was the next big like moment for her in her career was that picture with her and Drake. Like they were somewhere and it was almost like, it might have been like, it looked like they was like in a picture booth or something. And most people probably don't even remember those things, but that was all like that tie-in to the Jay Prince situation, just to kind of lapse that up. And again, I was giving shout-outs to Beyonce for bringing me. And I'm not gonna lie, I've seen a lot of people, and of course, I guess Houston is like one of the hot go-to places for people to do vacations and stay. But I've seen a lot of women that was from the DMV area and shit. Even women that I follow this like from Philly and stuff, I seen a lot of them go to the Houston show instead of going to whenever it was here or whatever other cities. I'm like, damn, I follow this many people from Houston. And then I was noticing like, oh no, these people are not even from Houston. They just went all to the Houston show, and which would make sense because
It's gonna be hot.
the weather gonna be good. And then no, but then if some people was thinking like you, she brought out Meg, and that was the first time they ever performed Savage live together, where it was like, oh, that's her. Realistically, that's the city that Beyonce is from. She rep Houston heavy, so you know that she probably was going to go out a little bit more extra than she would if, okay, she performed in Philly, she performed in the DMV. She ain't bring nobody out at neither one of those shows. So getting an extra bang for your buck and being in a warmer city, and if you want some like, hey, I'm in the city for a night, I get to see new people, whatever, a different vibe. Of course, in Houston, it made sense. So that definitely made sense. So shout out to all the people who definitely skipped Beyonce performing in their city and waited to go see a Houston. So you did actually get a better show because you got to see Beyonce perform Savage live with Meg Thee Stallion. Where else would I was at with this one we talked about? I seen some other jokes. I just had them on top of my head. Blueface. Shout out to Penn State for bringing out Sexy Red. Sexy Red say she is the winning she's basically a winning charm for the sports teams is bringing her out. Penn State did when they had an all-white party. And matter of fact, shout outs to Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards got a signature shoe. You seen them Jones? Them Jones look all right. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's a signature shoe with Adidas, and he had Lil Baby perform at his I guess at his launch for these shoes. He had a concert and Lil Baby let a young lady rap the song. The song is called Freestyle. So it was off of one of Lil Baby. What is that? What was it? Going Hard? I think it was on Going Hard or Going Harder. One I can't remember. But it was the song. The name of the song is Freestyle. He let a young lady rap it word for word, and she was crazy. Like she literally, it was so tight to me. Like when you allow people to do things like that, you allow people to become a fan forever. Like that moment, that little girl won't never forget that moment. And then even the people who was around her, they gonna always bring that up like years from now. Remember we went to that Lil Baby show for Adidas, whatever case may be, and he let you rap. Like that's something that will keep somebody, like unless you do something super crazy to them, they gonna be fans for the rest of their life. Like, and those be the moments when I'm talking about, you can't get that from doing a festival. Like you can't skip those little smaller steps. You shouldn't skip them because those ones will carry you longer than me going to go do a Rolling Loud. So that was, to me, that was just something cool to mention. NFTs down 95%. And I was one of those people, though, of course, during the pandemic, I told y'all, even when it came to like Bitcoin and all those other things, or even people who were jumping on the stock market and doing like Robinhood and all those things. I'm getting, listen, I understand as Black people, and we even talked about trying to find ways to not live paycheck to paycheck and trying to find to get yourself some financial freedom. So I'm not mad at people who hopped on some of them trends, but though them NFTs wasn't going for nothing cheap. So, and I think we talked about that. What was it, a couple of weeks ago when somebody, maybe a month or so ago, when somebody bought that what was it, I forgot, whatever the monkey joint was.
Everybody was buying them.
Yeah, I mean, they was buying them for bread.
Yeah.
Well, and for
the
them,
monkey was the only thing that really, them other NFTs and shit like that, I don't think was. But the monkey was the one that was really holding value. And
that one right now don't got no value.
Yeah, none of them got value. Now, the only thing that might have value, like if you have like them sports ones might still.
Yeah, not compared to if you got a regular card. Like you're right. It's a John Morant rookie card that's floating around right now, and it got Young Dolph in the back of the jump. Mm-hmm. It's literally a John Morant rookie card, and it's Young Dolph, Key Glock, and was Moneybagg Yo in that picture?
No, it was somebody else that passed me.
I can't remember what the time I had, but you might be right. I had it in my phone for a minute, but I think I ended up deleting it. But anyway, but that John Morant rookie card would be worth some bread, especially to people in Memphis. And matter of fact, while we talking about it, JJ Redick had to apologize. And this is again when we talk about like just with white media. And the crazy thing is, you got lined up by some Black people because that wasn't even his take. He just jumped in on it freely and stupid. So I guess they asked him, what team do you feel like should be, what city deserves a expansion team? And they basically threw shots at Memphis and was like the Grizzlies should move to Nashville. But yeah, I think about Memphis is a huge Black city and it is a working class city. So they took that.
Okay, see, all right. So because I didn't see the clip, so I thought. So now I get what you're saying. Why should Memphis move?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought they were just saying what team should be the new expansion team. I didn't know.
Yeah, they was basically saying it should be Nashville, but they should move the Grizzlies to Nashville, and which is Memphis is in Tennessee, just like Memphis is, but Nashville is white. Nashville is where Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and all of that. Like Nashville is, or country music hall. Whenever Nashville is a white city, that don't matter however you want to dress it. So basically, it sounds like this white man was saying y'all should move the Memphis Grizzlies from a black city to a white city, and people wasn't rocking. They made that nigga apologize. And for people, of course, me comment watching, I went and looked and I seen all the people who was like, JJ don't apologize to these boys. You said what you said. Stand on it. Yeah, you wouldn't apologize if this was a white sport. If you talking about football or baseball or whatever, you can double down on it. JJ, but you got to hold the time up. Basketball, and even in the talking space, is a black space.
Yeah, but Memphis always. I don't think Memphis. Looking at Memphis games, mostly black people.
Yeah, so but you're absolutely right. I'm not saying that, but hold on, but this is what I'm saying though. But even for those white people there, that's a working class, bro. You got to think, they call that the ground house. Them people that go to Memphis games is different.
They're loyal fans. That's what I'm saying. They're loyal. That's why I said I didn't know he was saying take the fans away. I mean, take a team away and add to us. I thought he was just saying. I thought the whole conversation was add another.
Yeah, no. He was saying take it. So that's what I'm saying. But so they take. So what I'm saying is though, it's just two. It's two ways you can kind of look at it. One, you can, if you want to be, we can keep it even from out the racial thing. But if you wanted to, you can look at it where those two cities are completely different. Nashville and Memphis, they both in Tennessee, but they are completely two different cities. So that racial dynamic to it. And even if you go in his comment section and look at the people who told him not to apologize. 90% of them was white people. And then, like I said, in that basketball space. Yeah, don't get it twisted. I like JJ Redick's takes because he even he finds spaces where he kind of like he do the Max Kellerman shit where it's like where he catch a black person saying some like tiptoeing white people shit, he gonna take the black side. So he kind of felt to himself like, I really wasn't thinking about what I was saying. I apologize. I shouldn't have said it because it sounds crazy. And even again, like I said, for the people who are actually the white people who go to Memphis Grizzlies games, nigga, they ain't the same type of like this is hard working people. Like the big job in Memphis is at the FedEx of the warehouse. Like these is working class people. This ain't New York. This ain't LA. So I mean, it's just a little bit different. So shout out to the fucking Grizzlies fans for making JJ Redick apologize. And yeah, YMW Melly has of course officially been denied for bond again, and his jury selection for his new trial is supposed to start October 9th.
Yo, what's up with Young Thug in that? Like, God damn, like, that's what fucked up shit.
They making an example out of them niggas. It's gonna be
like, damn, this nigga ain't even. But you know what's crazy? When the hell that Tory shit? He was locked up before Troy?
No. Hell no.
It was in the pandemic though, right? When it happened?
No, it's like the end. Yeah, like the end. Yeah, he been locked up for like it ain't been the whole year yet. It's been like 10, 11 months. Something. It's close to a year, but it ain't been a year yet. It felt like no. It feel like it's been long, and I'm sure for him actually being in there, it probably feel longer than it feel for me and you, pause. But real quick, matter of fact, send out prayers to Crazy Bone. He is having blood clot issues right now. I think I want to say. Yeah, I want to say. I think they said. I think he had like blood clots, like I guess into his I think they said his lungs, and I think one of them bust. So like he in the hospital right now fighting for life. And I think he already knew his. So I mean, I think he already knew his conditions. So he took himself to the hospital on Friday, and then things are just starting to get worse. And again, that's one of the reasons why I always tell y'all. I mean, it's some stuff. Let's be clear with blood clots and some of those things. Some of these things is uncontrollable. But again, why you kind of just. I still would always recommend taking care of your health as much as you possibly can. Of course, some things like this, you know what I'm saying, stuff may happen. You don't know how to cause it or how it causes, because sometimes blood clots can come. You can take too many vitamins and you can end up having blood clots.
Or you just got hit wrong.
Yeah, anything, you know. So, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Blood clots are from even getting hit. So you just got to, sometimes some of these things are unpreventable, but I still would always recommend, make time for your health. Even if you're not working out, just change your eating habits or drink more water. I don't necessarily know the cure. I'm not a doctor. I don't know him. I'm not no like fitness guru neither, but I would just recommend, man, take care of your health as much as possible, because you only get one life, and you don't want to sit here and have regrets on if I would have changed my eating habits a year or two ago or months ago or whatever the case may be, or if I would have started walking a couple miles, I could have prevented something. And then when it comes just too late. So again, sending out prayers and thoughts to Crazy Bone and his family. Just a random little fact that probably nobody cared about. Jason Tatum and LMA was spotted at Marcus Smart wedding. And shout out to the Boston Celtics for even still showing up and showing love to Marcus Smart, even after he got traded. Like, they not carrying it, just like, all right, he gone, F him. Because, I mean, some people might. You don't think it's some players, niggas get traded, they can't wait this? Okay, you said, why would you? Perfect example. You think that if Jordan Poole got married tomorrow, Draymond Green going to his wedding?
But that they had that blood. I think that's a big difference between when it's a brothership and we've been together. I got traded. I didn't sign nowhere else. I got traded. So I mean, I probably would have still been in there, you know.
Maybe you might have still. I mean, you could have been. I mean, realistically, I mean, we know the trade fell through, so I mean, that wasn't a thing. But yeah, just shout out to Jason Tatum, because this been him and Shorty been together at least for like 2 years now. I think the first time they actually got seen together was at that Michael Rubin party. It was like 2 years ago, not the one that just passed, but the year before that. So yeah, they've been together for a minute. Shout out to Jason Tatum. I ain't mad at him. Shout out to LMA, because I'm sure she ain't even rushing to put out no music. Because when the last time she still do, and like a new song. Yeah. Oh yeah, that one ain't going across my desk.
Cause you don't listen to R&B.
Yeah, I don't have to listen to R&B, but she obviously ain't doing no promo for it neither. Yeah, I ain't heard it. And I ain't even seen about it. Talking about shit.
Cause you gonna say what, since Booed Up?
Nah, I ain't gonna say since Booed Up, but that realistically,
the Meek Mills one.
That might be it. Shout out to A Boogie. A Boogie did a performance he performed at Penn State too. He performed at Penn State, and he did a tribute to PNB Rock before he started off the concert. Of course, for people who don't know, PNB Rock is from Philly, so of course Penn State is. It's in Pennsylvania, so it's close to Philly. So for him to do a tribute, and that joint was sold out, like that joint was packed. So for him to show love,
Concert or the game?
It was a concert. Like that joint was in whatever arena they got right there. That joint was stupid packed, and everybody had their lights out. So I appreciate it, because you got to think about it. Sometimes for most people, you probably feel like, after people pass, people kind of forget about you, or kind of let your name kind of just dwindle off a little bit. So for somebody at A Boogie level still to kind of hold you down and have that still feel like he still got that same friendship for you or that same respect for you, as even though that you gone, to me, that's kind of, I respect somebody like that, because you ain't have to. Oh, and shout out to Paul Wall. It was I don't know if you've seen this video that was going viral, Paul Wall, like his new look, and he got to let his hair grow out. One, he looked white, and he looked old as hell. What is he? What?
Ain't he old?
Not as old as he looked in that video when he letting his hair grow out and letting them grays really clip. I don't know how old nigga Paul Wall looked like. Paul Wall looked like that was like that old spoiled milk, like them jokes and people be like white people aging dog years. Nah, Paul Wall looked like I think Paul Wall probably in his 40s. In that video, he looked like he was pushing like. Yeah, exactly. That in that video, nigga, he was pushing 50. He looked old as hell in that video, dog. Like, don't get it twisted. It was still some women in the comment section flirting with him, but yeah, that nigga look old. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, that video right there, he look old as shit. Trayvon Diggs, Tim's, Oh, shout out to Lola Brooks. Did you hear that Lola Brooks in the Bryce? I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't expecting that from Lola Brooks, because most of the time when we hear Lola Brooks, it's always like something aggressive. And I like her for that. But her to do that flip on that old Foxy Brown jump with her and Bryson Tiller, I mean, that jump was a jump. That may probably really, if they push it the right way, I feel like that probably be one of her biggest songs since Don't Play With It.
Let's see, I think it's just we don't have no. I feel like our biggest downfall right now, the video outlet.
But all the blogs picked it up.
No, I get the blogs picked it up, but I feel like if we still had those video outlets like the 106 and Pop and stuff like that, I feel like more songs probably could.
But my question is, would you actually watch them? Like, let's just say,
I think they would. I think because just think about it. If we had that. Let's just say, let's just use the Breakfast Club for it. If the Breakfast Club did it where all right, the songs we playing, we gonna show the video, you know, like because they only show like clips of whatever. You know.
No.
So-
I mean, even they probably realistically, the crazy
So
thing
if
is they
they
probably
did it-
could because they on BET now,
That's
so
what
they
I'm saying.
could.
So just imagine if they did that in the morning. Look how many people would just, oh yeah, I gotta see this. You know, I'm gonna tune into that. If they did something like that, you know what I'm saying, where they showing the videos and whatever, you know what I'm saying, you would have you.
No,
you would-
I'm with you. You people will actually have a
So I'm
reason
with you.
to actually tune in and go watch instead of just listening. And if you replay it probably at different times, but I do think realistically, for people who grew up on the age of watching music videos, oh, we got to be honest though. We don't have as much free time as we used to. Like because even perfect example, let's even perfect example for me. I heard the song on Friday, of course, because I'm on my Apple Music and I'm listening to whatever new songs that came out. So I heard it already. So me hearing it, even though I seen all the blogs pick up the video, and I even did a video to it, I didn't go watch the video. I didn't
watch the video either, but I'm saying I think people will probably draw more attention because just like you say, people don't listen to the radio, but I feel like people probably draw more attention to look if you actually saw a video or whatever the case. You know what I'm saying?
I'm on the fence with videos because me personally, I don't watch music videos like that.
Right, we don't watch, but I feel like everybody else to catch that. Like I said, you probably you think about it. A lot of people probably didn't hear that song. So that's what I'm saying. For you start seeing it more like, oh damn, this is what she looked like. Because a lot of people don't even know who she looked like or what she is.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, and realistically, you absolutely that right. That video, if you don't know what she looks like, you just may be familiar with. You might not even be familiar with her name like that. You might just be familiar with that song. It is a good look because she's dressed up more girly. You kind of get to see a different side of her, and then so you. I mean, I'm with you what you're saying, but then I think of like for the younger generation who didn't grow up on videos and they kind of only used to getting stuff directly to their phone. I don't necessarily know how much would they run and go watch it, and they might because I can't say they won't because I mean look at NBA YoungBoy videos on YouTube. They do numbers because he caters to a YouTube audience, and he building his audience up on YouTube. So I mean you could be right. It could be just too. I guess I don't necessarily know if it's a right or wrong.
And since we speaking about videos, I think the document Rap City D first week of October.
What's that?
The documentary, three-part documentary.
What is coming out? It's coming on BT.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, I ain't know that. You just hit me something new. Oh, I guess why we talking about documentaries, and this for if people, I don't know if y'all got this much time because I ain't even had that much time to finish it. It is a 6-hour documentary on NBA YoungBoy on YouTube, and of course, it already got a couple million views on the jump. So, but it's just like one, I give just as a creator, you got to take your hat off to somebody who got that much time to put down. Like, I mean, this is a well put together documentary. Like, you could easily be like, oh, somebody could buy this from him if he wasn't already like having his business together on YouTube and getting his money from YouTube. I could see Netflix or Hulu or somebody coming to buy this. That's how good he put it together and took time. So for 6 hours to actually like,
does he get full credit or it's still like a split with him?
No. Because for documentaries, you don't owe nobody nothing. Anybody could do a documentary. Like you could just do your own random documentary on yourself now.
But I'm saying when you say production, like is he using his music or
no? So of course, because it's on YouTube for copyright purposes, he may bring up and mention a song, but he don't play it. So like the same way how recently since we've been doing the YouTube Jones, we'll talk about songs, but we're not playing them no more. So that's all he doing. He breaking down like song lyrics, but he's not playing them. He just talking about them. So yeah, it ain't no. Yeah, that's strictly him. But the dude what's his name? Trap Low. I think it's Trap Ross, I think that's his name. Dog, just a 6-hour documentary, dog, is crazy. Like you got to think about just the editing on that alone. But we're not even talking about you had the research you had to do it. Because this ain't you just freestyling because I'm a fan of somebody. That would have enticed you to do it, but to actually do it, nah, that took real work. So shout out to him for doing that one because I ain't gonna hold you. That was different. I guess realistically, we can get ready to wrap this situation up and we can get into the shy breakdown. This was a good episode and definitely it's a lot that we could talk about. So let's get ready to get into the shy. Take me a quick whiz break and we can get into it.
like, share, and subscribe.
What you? I gotta pause the jump. You ready? Of course, usually when we're talking about the shy, the hot topic and the hot take so far from this season normally is Emmett versus Keisha. If you team Keisha or you team Emmett. But this week it's a little bit different, though. What's my girl name? What is it? Joma? That's her name? Yeah, I think Joma's her name. Jake girlfriend. Oh my God. You know, it's so crazy because that is to me, and they so young, but it's like that's 2023. You tell your girl no, and and it's like he not even. I can't even sit here and say she was wrong because I mean she kind of had a point. They both had a point, but he don't want to be like Keisha, where it's like, no, this is my first time moving out on my own. I don't want my girl to be there. She like, but you're not a bachelor. And he like, man, I'm too young for us to be shacked up. And she like, you're not too young for us to be having sex then. What if I don't want to have sex with you no more?
That's fine. That's fine. We still that is fine. I have no problem. Like he was wrong for saying a bachelor.
Yeah, he was definitely wrong for that. But I think he just used it. I mean, you just used the wrong words.
But I understand it, like because you gotta think about it. If you would have had that baby, you would still be the parent. So that like now we on our own, more chance now you might get pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Like at least
for sure. But even just where he said it, he was just like, no, this is not an our place. This is a me place. Ooh, that boy, I ain't gonna hold you. That one hit.
Yeah, like how you did. Whoa, slow down, damn.
No, yeah, I'm with you on that one. But she took it like, okay, yeah, cool. But it's just, and that's just the thing where it's just like when you go back and you start talking to your homegirls or you talking to other people about your relationship, her telling Bakari's sister like that whole situation, she throw it right in her face. Oh, that's your man, the same person who won't let you come and stay with them. She throw it, boom, you throw that in her face. Now they're just making like, oh yeah. But just even that chemistry. And the crazy thing is, Jake kind of already seen how the sister was gonna come off the rip. He could see through it because one, he been outside. He has lived a life where he's not as sheltered as Joma is. So he don't see the game running. And even when she tell him that she got some money from, she like, oh, you basically a prostitute. You selling pussy to her now?
You know what's the funny thing? Friday night I went to a little throw social joint CCCB, and I said, damn, this shit is a lot different coming, when we was going out to now. I'm like, it's more competition.
What you mean?
And I'm just like, it's not an even playing field now. And in our days, the studs, they, you can tell them, they look like, but now, no, I was just like, damn, like they're very, they're handsome, like it's hard to compete. And then for her to sit here and drop that 10 bands, like how can you compete with that?
No, that's just real quick. Screw how they look because and that's the part where it's like where it get tricky with
like
the women the women are okay with tricking like they were a dude, and that's where it get different because it's just like, oh, you willing to drop bread like you a trick dude. Where you're tricking where you just like, here go that chicken, like you say, she just literally said her 10. Now the real question is, where do you think she got this 10 bands from? So so my question is, do you think that 10 bands is gonna come back now, Joma, that bread?
Yeah. I don't know if she's gonna have to hold the bread, but I think the question might because like even with the father was like, where you get this money from? Like where the money,
Of course.
Like that now, depending on where you try to go to get a housing or whatever, I still trying to figure out, damn, 10,000. Like what the hell you about to buy a house? That's
No. She said she was put down on an apartment.
10,000. What you? Oh, you're not trying to pay rent 4 years?
Yeah, basically you'll be freed up for a year. You can kind of just live on your and figure it out.
I thought I was like, damn, 10,000. Like, shit, that's a lot. The front's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. But that's why I'm saying is though that money is funny. I don't care what you say. Before this season is over, it's 2 episodes left in this season. And I seen people saying, "Oh, they about to take Kevin." I thought this was the last season at all. I thought this was it. Like I thought this was the show was done after this season. I mean, I don't know because of course, and that's the crazy thing is,
I think he is done.
I mean, he's done. I seen it. I seen even on Twitter. I seen like videos from like behind the scenes where they was kind of like he was over. But I thought literally this was the last season. I didn't know that it was another season coming after this. And it might be, I don't know. But just everybody kind of outside of 50 Cent and them, like people been dragging on how they promoted the show.
I did like how they the little bike ride shit. How they did that.
Oh yeah, the throwbacks and tight. No, even just the joint with him and Keisha was running, like that was tight. Like how they
how young they were starting off.
Yeah.
Because even Jake, like he don't look the same, like
none of them don't look the same. I mean, they look the same, but they don't. You can see like they literally grew up on camera right in your face. Where it's just like in 6 years. See that name was TV show season 6 seasons in 6 years. But if you constantly watching the show, even with Tyreek, when 50 first show Tyreek, I think Tyreek was like, I think he said Tyreek was like 12. I think Tyreek just turned 23. So it's just like. Oh, that you.
So hold on, my question. So when Bakari had that, I guess the dream or whatever, Bakari was in the beginning. Was that the boy that got killed?
No. I remember when that's when Jason Mitchell was on the show. I remember the boy that got killed, but I didn't know that he went and got in revenge for his man. Because some of that means, like you said, 6 years ago, that was the first season. So it get blurry. You don't remember that. And I know a lot of people kind of like when you're trying to remember, especially when they're doing these flashbacks, or even how when people like, I know a couple females was hitting me up like, because I do the recaps on the socials, like when did Keisha and Nuck had that type of relationship? And I'm reminding people like, y'all don't remember when she first got kidnapped, they went to his, you know what I'm saying? They went to his little trap spot.
I do remember that. But like I said, I don't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember that neither, but I do remember when they showed the light skinned boy with the pretty hair. I remember him from the season 1. So it just like I said, I want to see how they're gonna play this one off. Rob and Emmett went on a dummy mission, big dickhead mission, and they crashed out. Like, and it's so because it's just like one you can tell y'all one of the even how it started.
Y'all gonna fuck up.
Exactly.
Dumb and dumb.
You think we need to shice these dude? Okay, my question is, do you think Duda know that it was them?
I think he heard Rob.
Okay,
and
so
if Duda is that guy, he probably already got the report who came in there.
I mean, how you ain't gonna know because it was just them two. They ain't tell nobody. Only person to know right now is Tiffany.
But I feel like, that's what I'm saying. But I feel like Duda has his ear he have his ear in the community, like.
Yeah, so you would know that Rob got shot. So now that's gonna make you figure like, how he get shot. So then you probably put 2 and 2 together. But it ain't nobody else to tell, and it's just like, and you know what's so funny is like when we always talk about like how money and situations, even with the fathers, is like, oh, you could be both like anybody because we'd be like, you supposed to went in there like trying to save your son, and it was just basically like, nah, keep your money and just do whatever the case may be. It was just like,
because it was no winning. You was gonna have to give up more money.
Yeah, you was gonna have to give up more money. Yeah, I mean, of course, you were in a no-win situation, and then you still trying to figure out how can you save your son.
Gave him that money.
It ain't necessarily mean that, for sure. That he was gonna take, that he was gonna stop him or take his foot off.
But the real question, or let's just tie relationship-wise, and I get, a lot of these females out here, you play the girlfriend role, the wifey role, but when it comes down to it, if you ain't got a ring on your finger.
That you talking about that shutdown in the hospital with between Tiffany and Rob's mom, and she called for the lady to come in and escort her out of the joint, and she was like, "Hey, are y'all related, or is this your spouse?" And the mother was like, "No, that's not. She's nobody. Get her out of here." And then they asked her like, "Hey, are y'all really married?" And she was like, "No." And you got rolled. That would hit differently. But then again, it's just, and then of course, then his mother just he in a coma or whatever, and she spazzing him like, why you tell this bitch our business? Da, 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 da. You ain't never supposed to tell nobody about this. And that one was tricky, but then I'm gonna tell you what kind of still blew me is like Papa. It's like, and I guess he young and he's mourning with his dad differently, but it's just like, no, you really kind of just you throwing this girl for a loop for no reason, and that's not fair to her.
Not even through a loop. When he was like, you just fucked up the whole vibe and just how you were about shit. But
my question is, do you give him a pass? One, because it's his dad, and then two, because he's young.
No, I don't, because you really, as you said, you don't want to do it. You spoke up for. I feel like it's kind of like a slap, not necessarily a slap in the face. It's just like you spoke up for yourself. You said you want to do else, you want to do better, and then now you just turn around and do exactly what your father wanted.
You could have did that off the rip.
You could have did that off your rip. You probably wouldn't even been in this. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not saying like
you could have. You could have.
But it's just, but you would have been on better terms with him.
Yeah, for sure.
So for you to sit here and stand up and put that fight up, and then now that he's gone, you kind of now I need to honor him. If you would have just sit here, all right, well, cool, Pops, you right. Let me, step back, fall back. But for now, you just I don't want to deal with you.
Yeah, that's kind of fine. And I do like that. And him and Jake's relationship kind of always been like that. I do like how even Jake kind of called him out on just like, dog, are you doing the seminary thing just because your dad, or is this something you really want to do? Because
I'm just like we doing this. We talking about this and you smoking weed, like
exactly. Like, nigga, what? Like, make this man. You ain't even sitting here. You literally telling them you about to go to seminary this summer, and then you literally take the J. Like, you ain't even turned down the J. Like, so that makes somebody question, like, are you really being serious, or are you just going along? Like, you feel like you just doing something just to be doing it.
Like, I feel like you can honor him, and you keep your little podcast. You do more cool kid type of situation.
Yeah, and actually build up your audience, and actually build up your speaking presence.
I don't think you have to follow this because, like I said, what if it's not for you? What if it's not for you? You sit here and kick all these people to the curb because now of a lifestyle that your parents chose, which might not be for you.
Yeah, or you wasn't even really ready to walk in those footsteps and build for a year for sure. I guess the follow-up before we leave, do you think Victor is going to be the one to take Dude out, or it's going to be somebody else? Oh, we can't even let. What do you think about that one? Because we can't let out that text. Oh my God, ain't no way. Oh my God. Oh my God, he is a idiot.
What did she say? Why didn't he show that text message?
She didn't know. She just liked the text. She didn't respond nothing. She didn't write him back. She just liked it. Like how you on your phone and just hit the like button.
Okay, I was like, damn.
Yeah, she didn't know. She didn't respond. She just hit the like button.
Nice and neat. Get your shit in.
There we go. Though he was sick. No, hold on. Just if he
nigga was gigging, nigga. Like, God damn. See, that's why you don't let niggas like that. I be mad, dog. When you let him get that pussy, like, dog, like, what the fuck? Like, look, you act cool like you been here before.
Because he haven't been here before. Because guess what? He hasn't never been here before. And you can see clear as day he ain't never been here before. Dog, you all like y'all working at a homeless shelter, at a volunteer job, and you all lusty getting in your emotions. And then hold on. Then you see her with her dude, and then you got the nerve to text her like you thought you was texting her, and you trying to tell her it's over. It was just no. How you telling her it's over and you're over it? Nigga, she been over you. She ain't even thinking about you.
Oh.
Yeah, he took that L, and he taking a dip because now you don't have nowhere to go, or you gonna go back to Victor and them jump and go back to living in the basement or the couch, wherever he was living when he was living with Victor and them.
What? Just like, if she ain't checking for you or texting you, why would you send a message?
I mean, I guess we could tie it into real life though, but how many dudes do you think literally just stay in delusional or la land, shooting their shot at women, and they ain't never checking for you? Because obviously she ain't checking for him. She moved on. You ain't got nothing to offer that girl what Joma father got going on.
Enjoy the moment. Shit, it is what it is. You might get lucky again. Enjoy the moment. Like now, you just asked out because you sent that dumbass text message, and then you better hope she don't sit here and run her mouth.
Oh, She is. You know she want to. Well, I don't know because she's not in the friend loop with none
But
of
I'm
them.
but that's my thing. What if she go check her?
She do it at the wrong time.
That's what I'm saying. See, like you just made everything happen
for no reason.
Yeah, like just act like you been here before.
Yeah, obviously he ain't never been here before. He ain't know what was going on. I guess yeah, like I said, who you think? And you know what's real quick, just where I guess where people was giving Keisha hell for the last couple of weeks. Tiff kind of yeah, you kind of got to because it's just that whole now you sitting here saying, you know, why did you take the money? Though, where else was I gonna get this money from? And you know what's so great? But just real quick before you even, but the sad thing is that happens to so many men in real life, and you see it happen to young dudes all the time. Where it's like, and you see women, they go out on, oh, you were so young. I'm reading out text messages. When something happened to one of these younger dudes, or even some of the dudes, and they're still living and trying to oppress women, or you're leading with money. You got all this designer, you got all this other stuff, but then you end up getting killed because one, you're trying to impress women, you're trying to keep up with an image, and now it's niggas who be following like you feel like you're doing it for women, but it's dudes who following you who broke and ain't got it like you got it, and they see you flashing the money, or they see you in all the design, and now they pocket watching because you got all this designer stuff on from head to toe, and now they kind of lining you up mentally in your head until the day they can kind of put a move on you. And it's just so many dudes who put their life on the line because it's like perfect example. You're tying it back into the show for Rob and for Emmett, both of them. Yeah, I'm in business or in pocket with a situation with Duda because I'm trying to take care of you.
But my only thing is with Emmett, you've done this too many times now. Because let's be honest, that damn building wouldn't even be you. Remember, you got what's name in trouble. Remember when Lala came in there?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that's when they found you. That's when they about to shut him. That's when they about to shut him down. And then it's like, oh well, no, I can do such and such. Remember, he had the food truck. outside.
Oh, yeah,
like I said, every joint has been your fault. Like you keep putting yourself in these situations.
Yeah, I think one thing I don't like about Emmett's character is he ain't dog. He's not a man. Like you're not willing to like you want to feel like you're a man, but you're not ready.
Communicate.
No, not fuck communicate. You can't even take your own L's. Like you keep you're running. You go running mommy and daddy to try to get them to help you out of the situation with Duda. Like, oh, you put yourself in the situation as a man. You got to fix it on your own.
More than once. Like I said, if we go all the way back to the beginning, when my man was running the food truck, and you was and you got tangled up in the shit. Like that's why I said he just keep making decisions, and then it's just like, oh, I'm trying to be better, but you're better. Keep getting worse.
Yeah, I just he different. He blowing me because it's just
because let's just say dude just want to be all right. Fuck, I'm shutting this shit down.
Yeah, now you SOL,
and you don't
got now you don't have
business.
Yeah, you don't have nothing.
Yeah, it's just like
and
you keep getting yourself stuck in shitty situations.
Yeah, and then you try to play big with your dad and try to throw the guilt stuff in him. Like, dog, nigga, don't stop trying to throw shit in my face because all right, okay, so I made mistakes, whatever the case may be. But nigga, but I figured I made mistakes, but I made as a man, nigga, I fixed my mistakes that I made on my own. You right here trying to cry to me and your mother.
And I feel like he was still around. He's still been around. It ain't like he just disappeared. He wasn't in. He's been since day one. He's still been there.
Yeah.
Trying to tell you what the fuck not to do.
Yeah, exactly.
So it ain't like he just, you ain't never meet him. You ain't never had your dad around.
Yeah. And I guess, like I said, this was a good episode. And I guess the bigger takeaway I could tell any dudes that's listening right now, if you ain't learned nothing from that situation with Emmett and Rob, I don't think you can never really make women happy, but you got to be careful on how you risking your own life to provide something for everybody else. Because when they hit the fan or when it's not in their favor, just look at how they throw it back in your face. Like, I didn't tell you to do this, then the third, but you were okay. And this is again when we talk about dudes getting killed and getting locked up, trying to provide a lifestyle for women that you may realistically can't if you're not doing something illegal. But when you get locked up, nigga, you gotta do that time by yourself, and that woman still gonna live her life. Or if you get killed, she's still gonna be living her life. She gonna post you for a little bit because she ain't gonna be Jada Pinkett and fucking post you for the rest of your life for forever. So then it's just like, nigga, you SOL. So for any dudes, bro, just keep it tight. Like I said, we here each and every Tuesday. Tell a friend, tell another friend. I appreciate y'all for listening. Shout out to everybody on the YouTube.